Me am more of the recipe. Safeguarding my destiny. Serving the country loyally. Leader of the BLP is the best for we, the best for we. Me a is the best, 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 best for Barbados. Me a is the best, 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 best for Barbados. Barbados loves her, the whole world admires her. There's no one better, she's the perfect leader. Cause when trouble come around, we don't panic cause we don't know me a care. She's the best leader for this time and nobody can compare. Cause when trouble come around, we don't panic cause we don't know me a care. She's the best leader for this time and nobody can compare. Nothing at all but the best for me. Me a more of the recipe. Safeguarding my destiny. Serving the country loyally. Leader of the BLP is the best for me, the best for we. Me a is the best, 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 best for Barbados. Me a is the best, 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 best for Barbados. Me a is the best, 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 best for Barbados. Me a is the best, 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 best for Barbados. For the love of the country, protecting both you and me. Leader of the century, we feel safer with she. Cause when trouble come around, we don't panic cause we don't know me a care. She's the best leader for this time and nobody can compare. Cause when trouble come around, we don't panic cause we don't know me a care. She's the best leader for this time and nobody can compare. Nothing at all but the best for me. Me a more of the recipe. Safeguarding my destiny. Serving the country loyally. Leader of the BLP is the best for we, the best for we. Me a is the best, 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 best for Barbados. Me a is the best, 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 best for Barbados. Me a is the best, 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 best for Barbados. Me a is the best, 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 best for Barbados.
Right Church East Central. Yes, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Christchurch East Central. We ask you to continue the support for our candidate, Ryan Strawn. Barbados needs him now. Let that economic team continue the great work they've been doing for Barbados. Let's continue to transform Barbados. We need you more than ever. Continue. Thank you. We want to say to you again, please support the candidacy of Ryan Strawn.
We voted for me, I won't leave. We voted the BLP. Barbados Labour Party. And let me go along. Active.
Ryan Strawn was very active. Active.
The Barbados Labour Party. Me, I want league, got everything sweet in the country. So no other party can trick me. Let me tell you something too. The BLP is safer for you. They are talking that Verla does do. I won't hear nothing from she and that crew. The BLP is the party for you. Vote for the future, vote for the truth. Look, active. Auntie me, I got the place active. Activate with the BLP. We gonna be safe out here, look. Active. Auntie me, I got the place active. Activate with the BLP. We gonna be safe out here. The BLP got the place nice up. All other parties run out of luck. Mark your calendar, set your clock. Election day, boy, we coming out hot. No ain't no time for the games. Come on, vote for the people that care. Make the BLP win this again. Don't vote for the rest and then complain. Active.
Hey, 1, 2, 2.
Activate with the BLP. We gonna be safe out here. Active. Auntie, me, I got the place active. Activate. Yo, BLP, we can be safe out here.
2.
Right now it's
Hey.
election time. Next to me, I want Lee is part my ex-gun. Cause right now it's election time with the BLP. All we got to shine. Cause right now it's election time. Next to me, I want Lee is where my ex-gun. Cause right now it's election time with the BLP. All we got to shine. Active. Auntie, me, I got the place active. Activate with the BLP. We can be safe out here, Lord. Active. Auntie, me, I got the place active. Activate with the BLP. We can be safe out here.
Right now she got vibes galore. We voting Mia and more. She's the best PM for we. Mia and the BLP. Who best to lead this country? Vote Mia and Team BLP. Barbados Labour Party is the only choice for we on call. We want Mia for sure in this election. Mia is the champion, say on call. We want Mia for sure in this election. Mia is the champion, so come. Hands up there, we keep on voting. Mia is the one for win. Hands up there, we keep on voting with Mia and the BLP. Hands up there, we keep on voting. Mia is the one for win. Hands up there, we keep on voting with Mia and the BLP.
Now, on your mark, get set, get ready now to put down the hex. January 19th, everything set. BLP live and direct. Everybody know. Trip to the polling station. Pick up the pencil tip. Put down the X for the BLP quick.
Mia, we safer with Mia.
Boom.
Right now she got vibes galore. We voting Mia and more. She's the best PM for we. Mia and the BLP. Who best to lead this country? Vote Mia and Team BLP. Barbados Labour Party is the only choice for we on call. We want Mia for sure in this election.
Hey, 1 2 1 2.
Stay on call. We want Mia for sure in this election. Mia is the champion, so come. Hands up there, we keep on voting. Mia is the one for win. Hands up there, we keep on voting with Mia and the BLP. Hands up there, we keep on voting. Mia is the one for win. Hands up there, we keep on voting with Mia and the BLP.
My sweet Barbados, we greater. With me, I'm Motley, we safer.
with Mia.
My sweet Barbados, we greater. With me, I'm Motley, we safer.
with Mia.
My sweet Barbados, we greater. With me, I'm Motley, we safer.
All aboard. You ready to roll? Can I talk just a little bit? Can I really talk just a little bit? Can I really talk just a little bit? Hold on. Now is the time.
Now is the time.
Everybody ready?
Everybody ready?
Go tell your friends.
Go tell your friends.
Tell your whole family.
Your whole
And tell
family.
the stranger upon the left.
On the left.
Tell the strange up on the right. We rolling with BLP, it's one chance to make this right. Together we rolling. Together we moving. Together we working. And we building. Tell me how you're feeling. You know why? All our way with the BLP. All our way one family. All our way with the BLP. All our way with me up. Come let me step. With me up. We making it better. With me up. Climbing up the ladder. With me up. We ain't looking back. Lad. Everybody know come get aboard. Yeah. We're taking the more heavy load. No. Let me come together and make things better. No, we're ready for the road. We don't want no drama. No, get on board with me. It's one big family and we're rolling with BLP. And together we rolling. Together we moving. Together we working. And we building. Tell me how you're feeling. You know why? All our way with the BLP. All our way one family. All our way with the BLP. All our way with me. Come let me step. With me up. We making it better. With me up. Climbing up the ladder. With me up. And we ain't looking back, lad. Red. We're taking the more heavy load. Red. We're taking the more. Now is the time. Everybody ready? Go tell your friends. Tell your whole family. Tell the strange up on the left. Tell the strange up on the right. We rolling with BLP and we making everything right. Together we rolling. Everybody. Together we moving. Together we working. And we building. Tell me how you're feeling. You know why? All our way with the BLP. All our way one family. All our way with the BLP. All our way with me up. Come let me step. With me up. We making it better. With me up. Climbing up the ladder. With me up. We ain't looking back, lad. Together we rolling. Together we moving. Together we working. And we building. Tell me how you're feeling. You know why? All our way with the BLP. All our way one family. All our way with the BLP. All our way with me up. Come let me step. With me up. We making it better. With me up. Climbing up the ladder. With me up. We ain't looking back. Lad.
This one for the people. 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 'Cause we got to fight for we country. Fight for we country. Fight for we country. Let me go. What we need to come together. What we need to come together. 'Cause we got to fight for we country. Fight for we country. Fight for we country. Fight for we country. This country is yours. This country is mine. I know it's the time for we to stand. Far too long, taking we for granted, but we will survive. I know we can. We need the country back where it belongs. Let's give back the hope to everyone. It's time to rise up. Everybody know. If you know we can, time to show them how. Let me go. Barbados, Barbados. We're gonna make it.
I know we can.
We're gonna make it.
Standing as one.
Yeah.
Let me come together. Auntie, uncle, sister, and brother. Say, go have a cut the bread, warm butter. Make the right move, try help one another. Let me step for this. Say, what is the we gotta be strong again, climb back up the ladder. Take it from X-Win and beat around it and dada.
This one for the people. 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 'Cause we got to fight for we
Yes, we want she, me a Motley. Yes, we want she to lead we again. Yes, we want she, me a Motley. Yes, we want she, come sunshine or rain. So we voting again for she, we voting me a Motley. We voting again for she and the BLP. We voting again for she, we voting me a Motley. We voting again for she and the BLP. Me a Motley, yes she lead we through the crisis and the pandemic. You're right. So we voting, we ain't changing our next victory for the BLP. Yes. So we voting again for she, we voting me a Motley. We voting again for she and the BLP. Yes. We voting again for she, we voting me a Motley. We voting again for she and the BLP. Oh yeah. We voting again for she, we voting me a Motley. We voting again for she and the BLP. Yes. We voting again for she, we voting me a Motley. We voting again for she and the BLP.
My sweet Barbados, we greater. Bring me a Motley, we safer. Try put them nights, don't we go wait till later. When I hear my, hey.
Right now she got vibes galore. We voting Mia and more. She's the best PM for we. Mia and the BLP. Who best to lead this country? Vote Mia and Team BLP. Barbados Labour Party is the only choice for we on call. We want Mia for sure in this election. Mia is the champion, say on call. We want Mia for sure in this election. Mia is the champion, so come. Hands up there, we keep on voting. Mia is the one for win. Hands up there, we keep on voting with Mia and the BLP. Hands up there, we keep on voting. Mia is the one for win. Hands up there, we keep on voting with Mia and the BLP.
No, on your mark, get set, get ready now to put down the hex. January 19th, everything set. BLP live and direct. Everybody know. Trip, trip, trip to the golden station. Take up the pencil tip, 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 tip. Put down the X for the BLP quick.
Mia, we safer with Mia.
Boom.
Right now she got vibes galore. We voting Mia and more. She's the best PM for we. Mia and the BLP. Who best to lead this country? Vote Mia and Team BLP. Barbados Labour Party is the only choice for we on call. We want Mia for sure in this election. Mia is the champion, say on call. We want Mia for sure in this election. Mia is the champion, so come. Hands up there, we keep on voting. Mia is the one for win. Hands up there, we keep on voting with Mia and the BLP. Hands up there, we keep on voting. Mia is the one for win. Hands up there, we keep on voting with Mia and the BLP.
My sweet Barbados, we greater. With me a Motley, we
Safer
safer.
with Mia.
got the place crowded. All aboard? Yeah. You ready to roll? Yeah. Can I talk just a little bit? Can I really talk just a little bit? Can I really talk just a little bit? Hold on. Now is the time.
Now is the time.
Everybody ready?
Everybody ready?
Go tell your friends.
Go tell your friends.
Tell your whole family.
Your whole family.
Tell the stranger upon the left.
On the left.
Tell the stranger upon the right.
On the right.
We rolling with BLP. It's one chance to make this right. Together we rolling. Together we moving. Together we working. And we building. Tell me how you're feeling. You know why? All our way with the BLP. All our way one family. All our way with the BLP. All our way with me. Come let me step.
With me up.
We making it better.
With me up.
Climbing up the ladder.
With me up.
We ain't looking back. Lad. Everybody know, come get aboard.
Yeah.
We're taking the more heavy load.
No.
Let me come together and make things better. No, we're ready for the road. We don't want no drama. No, get on board with me. It's one big family and we're rolling with BLP. And together we rolling. Together we moving. Together we working. And we building. Tell me how you're feeling. You know why? All our way with the BLP. All our way one family. All our way with the BLP. All our way with me. Come let me step.
With me up.
We making it better.
With me up.
Climbing up the ladder.
With me
And
up.
we ain't looking back, lad.
Red, 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 red.
We're taking the more heavy load.
Red, 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 red.
We're taking the more. Now is the time.
Now is the time.
Everybody ready?
Everybody ready?
Go tell your friends.
Go tell your friends.
Tell your whole family.
Your whole
And tell the
family.
stranger upon the left.
On the left.
Tell the stranger upon the right.
On the right.
We rolling with BLP and we making everything right. Together we rolling. Boy, everybody. Together we moving. Together we working. And we building. Tell me how you're feeling. You know why? All our way with the BLP. All our way one family. All our way with the BLP. All our way with me. Come let me step.
With me up.
We making it better.
With me up.
Climbing up the ladder.
With me up.
We ain't looking back, lad.
Barbados one. BLP. Whoa, yo, oh. Well, let me go, let me go, let me go. We making history, we heading out for victory. We voting BLP, that is the best for the country. We making history, we heading out for victory. Barbados rising up, cause we got me out with me. Oh, 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 so come along. Oh, we moving on. Oh, we must be strong. We want upliftment, so all aboard. It's time to roll, so let me go. All aboard, cause everybody fed up and we done with them. We done. No opportunity, so we done with them. We want the best for the country, so we done with them. So vote BLP, call we done with them. Whoa, oh, 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 oh. BLP, comfy help, we build confidence and lift up the country. And all of we done know, me a going get it right, me a going do it right. We making history, we heading out for victory. We voting BLP, that is the best for the country. We making history, we heading out for victory. Barbados rising up, cause we got me out with me. Oh, 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 so come along. Oh, we moving on. Oh, we must be strong. Oh, we want upliftment, so all aboard. It's time to roll, so let me go. All aboard, cause everybody fed up and we done with them. We done. No opportunity, so we done with them. We want the best for the country, so we done with them. So vote BLP, call we done with them. Whoa, oh, 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 oh. BLP, comfy help, we build confidence and lift up the country. And all of we done know, me a going get it right, me a going do it right. All aboard. We making history, we heading out for victory. We voting BLP, that is the best for the country. We making history, we heading out for victory. Barbados rising up, cause we got me out with me. Oh, 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 so come along. Oh, we moving on. Oh, we must be strong. Oh, we want upliftment, so all aboard. It's time to roll, so let me go. All aboard, cause everybody fed up and we done with them. We done. No opportunity, so we done with them. We want the best for the country, so we done with them. So vote BLP, call we done with them, done with them.
recipe. Safeguarding my destiny, serving the country loyally. Leader of the BLP is the best for we, the best for we. Me is the best, 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 best for Barbados. Me is the best, 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 best for Barbados. Barbados loves her, the whole world admires her. There's no one better, she's the perfect leader. Cause when trouble come around, we don't panic cause we don't know me or care. She's the best leader for this time and nobody can compare. Cause when trouble come around, we don't panic cause we don't know me or care. She's the best leader for this time and nobody can compare. Nothing at all but the best for me. Me and more of the recipe. Safeguarding my destiny, serving the country loyally. Leader of the BLP is the best for me, the best for me. Me is the best, 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 best for Barbados. Me is the best, 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 best for Barbados. Me is the best, 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 best for Barbados. Me is the best, 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 best for Barbados. For the love of the country, protecting both you and me. Leader of the century, we feel safer with she. Cause when trouble come around, we don't panic cause we don't know me or care. She's the best leader for this time and nobody can compare. Cause when trouble come around, we don't panic cause we don't know me or care. She's the best leader for this time and nobody can compare. Nothing at all but the best for me. Me and more of the recipe. Safeguarding my destiny, serving the country loyally. Leader of the BLP is the best for me, the best for me. Me is the best, 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 best for Barbados. Me is the best, 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 best for Barbados. Me is the best, 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 best for Barbados. Me is the best, 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 best for Barbados.
for me, I won't leave. We voted the BLP, Barbados Labour Party. And let me go along, active, active. The BLP, real active. We voted the Barbados Labour Party. Me a monthly, got everything sweet in the country, so no other party can trick me. Let me tell you something too, the BLP is safer for you. We are talking that Verla does do. I won't hear nothing from she and our crew. The BLP is the party for you. Vote for the future, vote for the truth. Look, active, active. Auntie me, I got the place active. Activate, activate with the BLP. We gonna be safe out here, look. Active, active. Auntie me, I got the place active. Activate, activate. The BLP, we gonna be safe out here. The BLP got the place nice up. All other parties run out of luck. Mark your calendar, set your clock. Election day, boy, we coming out hot. No ain't no time for the games. Come on, vote for the people that care. Make the BLP win this again. Don't vote for the rest and then complain. Look, active, active. Auntie me, I got the place active. Activate, activate with the BLP. We gonna be safe out here, look. Active, active. Auntie me, I got the place active. Activate, activate with the BLP. We gonna be safe out here. Cause right now it's election time. Next to me, I'm Motley, it's part my ex-gun. Cause right now it's election time with the BLP. All that we got to shine. Cause right now it's election time. Next to me, I'm Motley, is where my ex-gun. Cause right now it's election time with the BLP. All that we got to shine. Active, active. Auntie me, I got the place active. Activate, activate with the BLP. We gonna be safe out here, look. Active, active. Auntie me, I got the place active. Activate, activate with the BLP. We gonna be safe out here.
Don't stand for man, play that you vex. Get out there and give me get the X. Cause you know BLP is the best. BLP. If you love Barbados as bad as me, vote for BLP. Me and the team BLP. Vote for BLP. You want the best for this country. Vote for BLP. Barbados Labour Party is for we. Vote for BLP. Them rest ain't ready. Them rest ain't ready yet. I voted for BLP. Them rest ain't ready yet. Me and the BLP. Them rest ain't ready yet. I voted for BLP. Them rest ain't ready yet. Mia is best in league. I know you agree with me. The rest of them ain't ready, and that ain't too good for we. But Mia and BLP, the future for this country. So January 19th, I vote in BLP. If you love Barbados as bad as me, vote for BLP. Mia and the team BLP. Vote for BLP. You want the best for this country. Vote for BLP. Well, Barbados Labour Party is for we. Vote for BLP. Them rest ain't ready. Them rest ain't ready yet. I voted for BLP. Them rest ain't ready yet. Them rest ain't ready. Them rest ain't ready yet. I voted for BLP. Them rest ain't ready yet. But me up care about you. We love the BLP crew. Cause we get back free territory and look how the bus is running smooth. Look how the sewage move. We know got things to do. So January 19th, come and get in the groove. If you love Barbados as bad as me, vote for BLP. Mia and the team BLP. Vote for BLP. You want the best for this country. Vote for BLP. Well, Barbados Labour Party is for we. Vote for BLP. Them rest ain't ready. Them rest ain't ready yet. I voted for BLP. Them rest ain't ready yet. Them rest ain't ready. Them rest ain't ready yet. I voted for BLP. Them rest ain't ready yet. Them rest ain't ready. Them rest ain't ready yet. BLP. Them rest ain't ready yet. Barbados Labour Party. All aboard. What the people want. What Barbados want. Whoa, yo, oh, yeah. Well, let me go, let me go, let me go. We making history, we heading out for victory. We voting BLP, that is the best for the country. We making history, we heading out for victory. Barbados rising up, cause we got me out with me. Oh, 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 so come along. We moving on. We must be strong. We want upliftment. So all aboard. It's time to roll. So let me go. All aboard. Cause everybody fed up and we done with them. No opportunity, so we done with them. We want the best for the country, so we done with them. So vote BLP, call we down with them. BLP, comfy help we build confidence and lift up the country. And all of we done know, me a going get it right, me a going do it right. We making history, we heading out for victory. We voting BLP, that is the best for the country. We making history, we heading out for victory. Barbados rising up, cause we got me out with me. Whoa, so come along, we moving on, we must be strong. We want upliftment, so all aboard, it's time to roll. So let me go, all aboard, cause everybody fed up and we down with them. No opportunity, so we down with them. We want the best for the country, so we down with them. So vote BLP, call we down with them. BLP, comfy help we build confidence and lift up the country. And all of we done know, me a going get it right, me a going do it right. We making history, we heading out for victory. We voting BLP, that is the best for the country. We making history, we heading out for victory. Barbados rising up, cause we got me out with me. So come along, we moving on, we must be strong. We want upliftment, so all aboard, it's time to roll. So let me go, all aboard, cause everybody fed up and we down with them. No opportunity, so we down with them. We want the best for the country, so we down with them. So vote BLP, call we down with them.
We safer with me, we safer with me,
Boom. My sweet Barbados, we greater. Bring me a Motley, we safer. Try put them guys down, we go later, later. When I hear my,
Right now she got vibes galore. We voting Mia and more. She's the best PM for we, Mia and the BLP. Who best to lead this country? Vote Mia and Team BLP. Barbados Labour Party is the only choice for we on call. We want Mia for sure in this election. Mia is the champion, say on call. We want Mia for sure in this election. Mia is the champion, so come. Hands up there, we keep on voting. Mia is the one for win. Hands up there, we keep on voting with Mia and the BLP. Hands up there, we keep on voting. Mia is the one for win. Hands up there, we keep on voting with Mia and the BLP.
no, on your mark, get set, get ready now to put down the hex. January 19th, everything set. BLP live and direct. Everybody know. Trip, trip, trip to the polling station. Pick up the pencil tip, 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 tip. Put down the X with the BLP quick.
Mia, we safer with Mia.
Boom.
Right now she got vibes galore. We voting Mia and more. She's the best PM for we, Mia and the BLP. Who best to lead this country? Vote Mia and Team BLP. Barbados Labour Party is the only choice for we on call. We want Mia for sure in this election. Mia is the champion, say on call. We want Mia for sure in this election. Mia is the champion, so come. Hands up there, we keep on voting. Mia is the one for win. Hands up there, we keep on voting with Mia and the BLP. Hands up there, we keep on voting. Mia is the one for win. Hands up there, we keep on voting with Mia and the BLP.
My sweet Barbados, we greater. With me a Motley, we safer.
with Mia.
My sweet Barbados, we greater. With me a Motley, we
Safer
safer.
with Mia.
My sweet Barbados, we greater. With me a Motley, we
Safer
safer.
with me,
Try put them lights down, we go later, later. When I hear my
Safer with Mia.
who the people want, tell them. Who Barbados need, tell them. Who will work for me, tell them. Tell them. Barbados Labour Party. People want, tell them. Who Barbados need, tell them. Who will work for me, tell them. Barbados Labour Party. We not going back no more. We face all the odds before. We no going back is wasting time. Experience just a little bit? Can I really, really talk just a little bit? Can I really, really talk just a little bit? Hold on. Now is the time.
Now is the time.
Everybody ready?
Everybody ready?
Go tell your friends.
Go tell your friends.
Tell your whole family.
Your whole
And
family.
tell the stranger upon the left.
On the left.
Tell the stranger upon the right.
On the right.
We rolling with BLP. It's one chance to make this right. Together we rolling. Together we moving. Together we working. And we building. Tell me how you're feeling. You know why? All our way with the BLP. All our way one family. All our way with the BLP. All our way with me. Come let me step.
With me up.
Be making it better.
With me up.
Climbing up the ladder.
With me up.
We ain't looking back. Lad. Everybody know, come get aboard. We ain't taking no more heavy load. Let me come together and make things better. No, we're ready for the road. We don't want no drama. No, get on board with me. It's one big family and we rolling with BLP. And together we rolling. Together we moving. Together we working. And we building. Tell me how you're feeling. You know why? All our way with the BLP. All our way one family. All our way with the BLP. All our way with me. Come let me step.
With me up.
We making it better.
With me up.
Climbing up the ladder.
With me
And
up.
we ain't looking back, lad.
Red, 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 red.
We ain't taking no more heavy load.
Red, 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 red.
We ain't taking no more. Now is the time.
Now is the time.
Everybody ready?
Everybody ready?
Go tell your friends.
Go tell your friends.
Tell your whole family.
Your whole
And
family.
tell the stranger upon the left.
On the left.
Tell the stranger upon the right.
On the right.
We rolling with BLP and we making everything right. Together we rolling. Everybody. Together we moving. Together we working. And we building. Tell me how you're feeling. You know why? All our way with the BLP. All our way one family. All our way with the BLP. All our way with me. Come let me step.
With me up.
We making it better.
With me up.
Climbing up the ladder.
With me up.
We ain't looking back, lad. Together we rolling. Together we moving. Together we working. And we building. Tell me how you're feeling. You know why? All our way with the BLP. All our way one family. All our way with the BLP. All our way with me. Come let me step.
With me up.
We making it better.
With me up.
Climbing up the ladder.
With me up.
We ain't looking back, lad. Hey, this one for the people. 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 'Cause we got to fight for we country. Fight for we country. Fight for we country.
Fight
Let me go.
for we country.
What we need to
Come together.
What we need to
Come
'Cause
together.
we got to fight for we country. Fight for we country. Fight for we country. Hey!
Fight for we
This
country.
country is yours. This country is mine. I know it's the time for we to stand. Far too long, taking we for granted, but we will survive. I know we can. We need the country back where it belongs. Let's give back the hope to everyone. It's time to rise up. Everybody know. If you know we can, time to show them how. Let me go. Barbados, Barbados. We're gonna make it.
I know we
Yeah.
can.
We're gonna make it.
Standing as one.
Yeah. Let me come together. Auntie, uncle, sister, and brother. Say, go, have a cut the bread, warm butter. Make the red move, try help one another. Let me step on this, say, war east, so we gotta be strong again. Climb back up the ladder. Take it from Edwin and beat to Ramsey and Dada. This one for the people. 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 'Cause we got to fight for we country.
Fight for we country.
Fight for we country. Yeah.
Fight for we country.
What we need to
Come together.
What we need to
Come
'Cause
together.
we got to fight for we country.
can.
We're gonna make it.
Standing
Let me
as
go.
one.
Let me go.
Barbados.
Oh, oh, oh. Yeah. We're gonna make it.
I know we can.
We got to make it.
Standing as one.
This one for the people. 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 'Cause we got to fight for we country. Fight for we country. Fight for we country. Don't stand for man, play that you vex. Get out there and give me the X. Cause you know BLP is the best. BLP. If you love Barbados as bad as me,
For BLP.
me and the team BLP.
For BLP.
You want the best for this country.
For BLP.
Barbados Labour Party is for we.
For BLP. Them boys ain't ready. Them boys ain't ready yet.
I voted for BLP.
Them boys ain't ready yet.
Me and the BLP.
Good evening, good evening, good evening. Good evening. Tonight, the Barbados Labour Party is here as we continue the march towards government again. And we are here in support of our candidate, Ryan Strawn. And from what I'm being told, you've made your minds up that come Wednesday the 19th, you'll be going to the polls in your numbers and returning Ryan as your parliamentary representative once again. From this platform tonight, you will hear the record of the Barbados Labour Party. You would hear the promises made and the promises kept. You will hear not only that, but you will hear where we intend to continue to take this country as we form the next government. I am here only as your chairperson, and it is my duty to introduce the speakers as they arrive. However, I will make some minor interventions in between those introductions. But I want you tonight to reflect, those of you who are present, those of you who are listening from your comfort of your homes, and those who are viewing this meeting online, I want you to reflect first and foremost on where we were under the last Democratic Labour Party administration. You would have heard before and you know it all too well. You know the problems we face. You know of the downgrades. You know of the sewage on the streets. You know there were no buses. You know that garbage wasn't being collected. You know where we were. And despite the trying and challenging times we encountered as we inherited that mess, the Barbados Labour Party, ably led by Mia Amor Motley, we were able to correct those problems. We were able to right the wrongs, and Barbados has been on a solid trajectory. You would notice as you go across this country, those of you who travel in the air-conditioned electric buses, those of you who know that by the clock you can have your garbage collected, but you would also see the handiworks of this government. You will see it not only in the areas of sports or in industry, but I can tell you particularly in the area of housing. We've had a situation where we inherited a government that the only kind of houses they were thinking about building is the 5 and 10 houses at Corvally. But those days are over. We have a minister of housing who delivered, and who delivered. He was one of the few housing ministers in recent history who was able to take all of those properties, all those land that this government would have put in a bank back in the days when Glenn Clark was a minister, and he started to build houses. He's been building houses, he's been repairing houses, and I'm telling you, you know that you have a good man in that Minister of Housing, the man we call Dr. Duguid. I tell you, he has represented the constituency of Christchurch West like no other one has. He is perhaps one of the hardest working parliamentary representatives there is in this land. He has represented his constituency without doubt and without question. And I know that come 19th of January, I know that on the morning of January 19th, you are going out in your numbers and you will re-elect Dr. William Duguid to serve once again as the parliamentary representative for the constituency of Christchurch West. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. William Duguid.
We voting Duguid, all right. Christchurch West, how we voting? We voting Duguid. Christchurch West, we giving Duguid we eggs. Christchurch West, we giving Dr. Duguid we eggs, all right. Christchurch West, we giving Duguid we eggs, all right. Christchurch West, we giving Dr. Duguid we eggs. Do go down, good should have ten you. 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 From left to right, put Duguid with all your might, all right. From left to right, put Duguid with all your might. Christchurch West, from right to left, put them out on none of them left, all right. From right to left, put them out on none of them left. Christchurch West, how we voting Duguid, all right. Christchurch West, how we voting Duguid.
Good night to the people of Kingsland. How are y'all feeling tonight? Good night to the people of Christchurch. I have come tonight not only to support my good friend Ryan Strawn, who did a fantastic job in the Ministry of Finance. I know that he must be tired of the times that I called him and said I needed money for this, and I needed money for that, and I needed some money for this, and I needed this payment for that. But every single time, Ryan Strawn responded. And you have to understand that if the Ministry of Finance was not able to do what they do best, which is to provide the finances for all of the projects we were able to do, we would not have been able to do the buses. Are y'all not happy with the electric buses? What if the Ministry of Finance didn't provide the money for the buses? We couldn't get it done. And if the Ministry of Finance didn't provide the money for the roads, we couldn't get no roads done. And if the Ministry of Finance didn't provide the money for the care packages, we couldn't get those done. So I want you all to understand, because sometimes you see the big things, but you don't see what causes them to get done. And if it was not for the steadfast work of Ryan Strawn in the Ministry of Finance, and Mia Amor Motley heading the team, all of those things would not be done. So I want you to get out in your numbers and vote for Ryan Strawn on January the 19th. But it don't stop there. Because Christchurch is 5 constituencies. And I lead the Christchurch team. I led it last time and we won all 5. There is no reason to change. We got to bring back all 5 Christchurch again. That means that in the east, we have to bring back Wilfred Abrams. We don't want that fellow that running against him. I want y'all to understand, when y'all go to vote in Christchurch East, your vote has double significance. It's a double significance vote. It is a vote for confidence in Wilfred Abrams. It is a vote for all the good work he did with the South Coast Project. It's a vote for all the good work he's doing with foreign affairs and immigration and all those things. But you know what? It is a vote against Dennis Law too. It is a vote against the Democratic Labour Party. It is a vote against the policies and the programs that they failed Barbados with. So it is a doubly significant vote when you, the people of Christchurch East, get out and vote. In Christchurch West Central, well, there's only one choice. Adrian Medic Ford. But there's only one choice. But there can't be no other choice. And let me make it clear. Adrian Medic Ford has been my friend for decades. Decades. Way before politics. And he often says on a platform, I brought him to politics while I was putting a needle in his mouth. But he's been my friend. And we work well together. And we've been able to do a lot of programs and support one another in cabinet every single time. And he has done a phenomenal job in whichever ministry he went to. When he was at youth and sports, did great. When he then went to environment, he's doing even better. Even better. And he loves seeing the young people getting a chance with the Clean and Green program and the 720 program. And I don't even know who the guy running against is, and I don't care because he can lose his deposit because everybody in Silver Hill, Gold Hill, Warners, and all about that area love Adrian Medic Ford. Love him. You know why? He's a man of the people. He responds all the time. He's there for the people all the time. And I know that the people of Christchurch West Central are going to return him to office. Then, of course, we have Ralph Thorne in Christchurch South. Ralph has taken up the mantle of being the sports leader for the whole of Christchurch. He has a fantastic road tennis program that is the envy of the whole country. In fact, what has happened now, the country has taken on doing these road tennis programs. And we just had a national road tennis program. But Ralph recognized the road tennis program and the need for sports for the young people of Christchurch South. And he has constantly worked at it and improved those people. And in spite of all of that work he did with the constituency, he also headed the Thorne Commission on Local Government. And we're going to go back to Parliament and bring the concepts that he pioneered for the people of Barbados. And I want you all, and we share a boundary in Rendezvous Hill. And we're doing something very, very special on Rendezvous Hill. And soon the whole of Barbados will be able to see it. And it is with great pleasure and with absolute tenacity that I encourage all of you who can hear my voice. And you got to understand, It is not only the people who hear my voice here at this meeting. It is all of the Barbados Labour Party people watching all across the world, really, but especially those in Christchurch and those in Christchurch South. I want you to get out in your numbers. I want you to get your friends, your family, your brother, your sister, your uncle, your aunt, your neighbor, the wife and the outside woman. And I want you to get out and vote for Ralph Thorne in Christchurch South. So that is Ralph Thorne, Wilfred Abrams, Adrian Medic Ford, Ryan Strawn. That is 4. And I know the people of Christchurch are going to get out and support them 4. But there's one other. There's one other. And all we say in Christchurch West is, do good, and good shall attend you. And when anybody who has a conscience, when anybody who has been watching the work that the Barbados Labour Party has been doing, you cannot in good conscience say that the Barbados Labour Party has not done a fantastic job. Well, we had to deal with the pandemic. We had to deal with the volcanic. We had to deal with the cyclonic. But you know what? We're still standing. We are still standing. And we are still taking Barbados forward every single day, even if it is by 1 inch. So I want all the people of Christchurch, all the people that can hear my voice, both here on this field and across using the technology. I want you to get out in your numbers. I want you to send the strongest message you can to the Democratic Labour Party that you can't bring back people like Frandel. Will you imagine what kind of country we would have if Frandel was forming the government today? And then he go and say that those 10 years were glorious years. But they were glorious for them. And all the various buildings with the steel in them. They were glorious. They were not glorious for the people of Barbados. And that is why you all sent a strong message. And that is why you got all 5 in Christchurch. So you need to send the same strong message. You know why? They learn. Hard ears you don't hear, own way you can feel. And y'all got to help them feel. And the only way to help them feel is to get out in your numbers and do so. Wax, palax. Wax, palax. A X for Strawn. Wax, palax. A X for Abrams. Wax, palax. A X for Medic Ford. Wax, palax. A X for Ralph Thorne. And wax, palax. A X for... I can't hear you. A X for... I can't hear you. A X for... And let me be clear. When you, the people of Barbados, get out and vote for the Barbados Labour Party candidate in your constituency, you have to understand you are voting for that candidate. But a vote for that candidate is a vote for Mia Amor Motley and the whole Barbados Labour Party team. So when I leave here and go to St. Lucie to speak for my friend Peter Phillips, when they vote in St. Lucie for Peter Phillips, that's a vote for me and vote for Mia Motley and a vote for the Barbados Labour Party. Because we are one homogeneous team and we move together and we make decisions together. And we make decisions together for the people of Barbados to make Barbados better. And that is exactly what we do. We don't agree on every single thing, but we come to an agreement. And that is how we're able to take Barbados forward. So I want everybody to understand this is a very, very important election. Mia Motley is head, shoulders, arms, I don't know, waist, knees, everything above every other person that is offering themselves as a candidate to be leader of this country. Everything in ability, in capability, in tenacity, ingenuity, well loved all over the world. So much so that Joe Biden holding her hand trying to carry her in places. A whole president. A whole president. Trinidad say, we want to get rid of all 47 our MPs and just give us Mia Motley. So if the whole world want Mia Motley, and we in Barbados got Mia Motley, we ain't got no choice. You got to keep Mia Amor Motley. And there's only one way to keep Mia Amor Motley. That is to vote for the Barbados Labour Party candidate in your constituency. Well, there's no other way. So I want you all to understand, this is important. In Mia Amor Motley and the Barbados Labour Party, you are in safe hands. You are in safe hands with Mia and the Barbados Labour Party. She has protected us no matter what the world threw at us. When last y'all hear about downgrade? When last? You don't hear about downgrade no more. You hear about upgrade, but you don't hear about downgrade. Because she turned the country around. No matter what they threw at us, Mia Amor Motley and the Barbados Labour Party was up to the challenge. And you now have to understand that when there's an election, the power goes back to the people. And after an election, you have passed that power to your representatives. Right now, the power is in your hands. And you have a serious choice to make. Are you going to vote for safe and caring hands? Are you going to vote for someone who is tried, tested, and proven? Are you going to vote for a better and brighter future? Well, if you want all of those things, if you want a better and brighter future, if you want the safest hands you can have, then there is no choice. You have to vote for the Barbados Labour Party candidate in your constituency. And in Christchurch, ladies and gentlemen, I want all five. I want Strawn out here. I want Strawn out here. Y'all getting out and voting for Strawn? He has done a fantastic job, and we want Strawn out here. In the east, we want Wilfred Abrams. In the south, we want Thorne. Next door to me, sharing a boundary in Sergeants, Adrian Medicford, my man. And of course, yours truly, because do good and good must always attend you. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you. You've been a fantastic audience. We're getting close to that day, and I want you to get out and do the right thing. Do the right thing. Vote for the Mia Motley and the Barbados Labour Party. Good night, and God bless you all.
All right. Christchurch West, how we voting do it. Christchurch West, we giving do get reacts. Christchurch West, we giving Dr. do get reacts. All right. Christchurch West, we giving do get reacts. All right. Christchurch West, we giving Dr. do get reacts. Do go down, good shut it in you. 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 From left to right, put do get with all your might. All right. From left to right, put do get with all your might. Christchurch West, from right to left, put them out on all of them left. All right. From right to left, put them out on all of them left. Christchurch West, how we voting do get. All right. Christchurch West, how we voting do get. Sit not pious things, they say they giving do get the eggs.
Thank you, William. Thank you, William. Drive safely. and deliver the message when you get to St. Lucie that hope is alive. Christchurch has all 5. Politics has become a spectacle in recent times, attracting all kinds of characters, offering themselves to be representatives of the people. The Democratic Labour Party seem to have decided that they want the worst of the worst to come to the fore and offer themselves as candidates. I tell you tonight, whilst the Barbados Labour Party would have scrutinized its candidates, sent them through the rigors to ensure that they can stand the test of time, the Democratic Labour Party took a rape and scrape approach and brought anything and anything to the people. The Democratic Labour Party decided it was best to get the worst of the worst from the worst administration in the form of Seeley, Eswick, Lowe, and Lashley. And then they decided that they were going to scrape the bottom of the barrel and bring people to you to complement that worst lot, to offer themselves as an alternative. I tell you tonight, we have not had a candidate in this campaign who had to borrow money to pay on nomination day. The Democratic Labour Party had some fellas out there who were a little short in the pocket and had to borrow money to make up the $250. I tell you tonight, there is a candidate in the Democratic Labour Party running now tonight who could not get from the Democratic Labour Party's annual conference without borrowing bus fare from someone. Those are the kind of people that they are bringing. Those are the kind of people that they are bringing to people. And the late Dr. Richard Christopher Hayes once said, you have to be careful of the people that you are bringing to politics and bringing them near to the treasury. Because if you bring people that are broke without a moral compass, they will steal. The Democratic Labour Party seem to have a habit of attracting people who like to steal. And I'm telling you tonight, keep them far from the treasury. You have to keep them far. This Barbados Labour Party knows about attracting people of substance and character. We have those kind of people in this party, working hard on the behalf of the people. And I tell you tonight we can bring to you a young lady who has demonstrated by her works that she belongs where she was and that she will go back there again come the 19th of January when the people of the constituency of St. Michael South Central send Marsha Cattle back again to be their parliamentary representative. Marsha, come, Marsha. Marsha, come.
We forget it's them that had the people short of breath. You want this community to progress? Well, give Marsha Cattle that.
Care, commitment, courage, we voting. Marsha Cattle. Care, commitment, courage, we voting. Marsha Cattle. She not doing it for fame. Stamp your ex by she name. Care, commitment, courage, we voting. Marsha Cattle.
Saddle up her foot, cattle up. The work that she doing is fabulous, like saving the economy, love for the family, and free Wi-Fi. Marsha does.
And everything that she do spectacular. She got a vision, don't need by not killer. He even walked to the village to talk to you. Put the X-Smoke there for Marsha, yeah. It is Marsha we voting. Constituents know she ain't joking.
Check the canal, the boats go floating. You know development is she motive.
Good night, good night, good night to Kingsland. How y'all feeling? Good night to the Barbados Labour Party family. Good night to Barbados, everybody who's watching us online. As I was coming in, saw a gentleman called Ryan Strawn. I told him again here, talk all your business, man. Because I have had the distinct privilege of working side by side with this man for 5 years. 6 years now, Ryan. Because unlike the Democratic Labour Party, this Barbados Labour Party government did not wait until we got into office in 2018 to start scratching our heads and wondering, what is it that we could possibly do to rescue this country? I became part of the economic team along with Ryan Strachan in 2016. And Ryan was probably there a little while before me. Because we knew that we would have to dig ourselves out of a 40 or 50-foot hole that the Democratic Labour Party had put us in. And we had to start strategizing from then. And as a matter of fact, I don't mind saying to you that I agreed to be a part of the then leader of the opposition, Mia Motley's economic team, before I knew that I would want to offer myself a political service. Because I started from a place where I was working as an economist, looking at the tremendous pressure that Barbados was under, looking at the tremendous pressure that Barbadians were under. And Ryan and I come from similar backgrounds. Ryan was running all about Bank Hall. He always talking about Peterkin Road. Living village life, I come from Haggett Hall, and we decided to enter the disciplines that we entered because we wanted to work on the development of our country and of our region. But I was working in a regional institution feeling embarrassed, feeling bewildered, walking around in my communities in St. Michael, where I am from, and feeling like the young people that I was seeing were not going to have the same opportunity that I had, that Ryan had, that Kirk Humphrey had, that Corey Lane had. And I started to feel a sense of despair. And so I was pleased to be able to join with Ryan Strachan and Clyde Maskell and others who started to put together a strategy. What would we be able to do once we came to service to the people of Barbados to rescue this country? And we worked with Mia Motley and others to put a plan together. That is what a government in waiting, as we were in 2016, 2017, that is what a government in waiting does. A government in waiting puts together a plan. And if the Democratic Labour Party fancied themselves a government in waiting, rather than a ragtag bunch of people that just jostling to be leader of the opposition, they would have brought a proper manifesto to you. They said to us, they claimed, and they're trying to run around telling the people of Barbados, scaremongering on their platforms, saying that the government plans to implement these draconian measures as soon as the election is over. They're saying to you that the reason we call this election, the reason the Prime Minister called this election is because hard times are coming. Oh, watch it. If you elect them, they're going to bring these draconian measures. And they say that these measures would be necessary for the government to achieve its target of getting debt down to 60% of GDP, 60% of national income in 2035. That's the target that we've set, because we understand how to set targets. If you look at the coloring book that they released as a manifesto a couple nights ago, you will realize that there is not a single target, there is not a single measurement, there is not any trace of an understanding of how to manage an economy. And that is perhaps one of the scariest things that confronts this country today. That the options that they have put before you are not really any options, because it is clear, even with their best effort to present a strategy to you, even that they have failed to do. And so they claim that we are bringing all of these hard measures to Barbadians to meet this debt to GDP ratio in 2035. And they quote a recent IMF report saying that COVID-19 has made the outlook uncertain and with higher risk than usual, and that this target is going to require ambitious fiscal surpluses, and they're coming to you with all of these scaremongering tactics. Well, I will say to you that we, as a Barbados Labour Party government, are gladly ambitious in recovering from COVID. We are not small, we are not timid, we are not in hiding. We came to the people of Barbados not just with a strategy to save the dollar in 2018, which is what the people of Barbados said that they wanted. Not just with a series of options in a survey to figure out and to help us figure out what are the entities in government that people could do without so that we could find some savings. And over 5,000 people responded, which is one of the most overwhelming responses to a national survey anywhere in the region. But we did not come to be small and timid and afraid in our COVID response. We have been able to build a COVID isolation facility at Harrison's Point, not because we were timid. We did that even before anybody realized that isolating your mainstream healthcare from COVID cases was something that was critical. We were able to have a plan for getting ventilators and PPE and making sure that we had nurses, enough nurses that could care for people during this COVID crisis. So yes, the Barbados Labour Party administration, the Barbados Labour Party is a government of ambition. We don't hide from that. We have had to bring back ambition to this country after the Democratic Labour Party removed every trace of it, after the Democratic Labour Party stopped people from even believing that we could reach the heights that Barbadians are used to reaching. So we do not apologize for the ambition that we bring to leading this government and to implementing an effective economic strategy. Ambition led us to come up with a plan that saved the dollar and reduced the debt while restoring free university education, while doubling the reverse tax credit, while paying 45% more in non-contributory pension to the people of this country, while buying 49 electric buses, 33 garbage trucks. The Democratic Labour Party had 10 years to prove to you that they are incapable of doing that. So we do not apologize for having any ambitious plans, because this Mia Motley-led government has shown you that ambition is what we do. Ambition is what we are about, and we are able to deliver. This is a Barbados Labour Party government that set for you 17 mission-critical targets in 2018, and as of today, we have achieved all 17 for the people of Barbados. That is what ambition looks like. Tell the Democratic Labour Party so. And so Ryan Strachan has been at the center of the team that has allowed us to do that. And he is a fella that don't complain. I remember when we were sworn in as ministers of cabinet. And after we came down from the platform and some of our colleagues were going off with their families, the Prime Minister said, Marsha, Ryan, come so. And Ryan will tell you that it feels as if from that moment to now, we ain't get a chance to lay down yet. The first 18 months, and that is why when Jeffrey Bostic speaks to the country, and when he has been speaking to you recently, he has been saying, I, as the person who has been at the front of the charge against COVID, now understand what Ryan Strachan and Marsha Cattle went through in the first 18 months of this administration. Because I'm not going to tell you that it was easy, but it was executable, it was implementable, and it was done because we took the time and we had the talent to put together a strategy and get it done. You have to understand what talent looks like. But the Democratic Labour Party, they wouldn't know talent if it walk up and cuff them around the head. They would not know. Because they are so concerned with grabbing power that they are not ready for. But despite all that, in spite of the fact that we have seen what their attempts to manage the economy look like, they're trying to come and tell you now that they're going to be fiscally responsible the next time around. You are supposed to believe that after 10 years of getting it completely wrong, that all of a sudden they know what to do. But you don't build trust like that. You build trust by demonstrating that you know what you're doing. But while complaining that the debt is too high, they will have a more reasonable debt reduction target. Their more reasonable target, if you look at their manifesto, their more reasonable target just so happens to be the same target as this Barbados Labour Party government. 60% of national income by 2035. But you know why? Because they do not have the capacity, the gray matter, the innovation to come up with an alternative plan to present to you. Because they, despite themselves, have to admit that the plan that this Barbados Labour Party has put forward to the people of Barbados is the only plan. The Barbados Economic Recovery and Transformation Plan that Ryan and I and Avinash Prasad and Kevin Greenidge and Ian Carrington and Clyde Maskell came up with under the leadership of Mia Motley. That plan was not something that somebody sat down 2 minutes before launch and scratched together like their manifesto. That plan has been endorsed by the IMF as a sound strategy for this country. And don't let them fool you. I will tell you what our strategy was before we engaged the IMF. We knew, and you have heard Mia Motley say it all the time, we knew that if we were going to go on a long journey to bring back fiscal responsibility, to bring back fiscal rectitude to this country, in a scenario where no one in the world believed Barbados could do it again, that we had to give people a little breakfast for the long journey. And I will tell you something. After 23 years in this business, after 23 years in economic development, that to engage the International Monetary Fund and to say, but first we are going to make sure that we increase welfare benefits. But first we are going to make sure that we have a plan to invest in the education of Barbadians by returning free tertiary education. People all over the region asked us, but how were you able to do that? Because to be able to work out a program where you invest in people while at the same time engaging the fund in a program that will mean that you have to show some fiscal discipline, is something that is not done. Many countries have had the experience where the fund has come in and said to them, well, you're going to have to cut investment here. You're going to have to cut expenditure here. You can't spend on this and that. And we said, no. This is not your plan. This is ours. And any plan over which this Barbados Labour Party government presides has to put people first. is not just going to merely sacrifice people's well-being and sacrifice labor on the altar of fiscal rectitude. It is not that simple. We have an ideology, we have a philosophy that tells us we are here for the good of people. The Democratic Labour Party could not figure out how to help people eat and how to manage the affairs of this country. And the Barbados Labour Party came since 2018 and showed them what that looks like. You have seen it. You have seen it. And when we said to you that we found $1.9 billion in arrears, and all that remains to be paid back is $63 million. It's saying to you that we have been able to come up with a plan to pay our bills and look after the people of this country, while we have been able to get the international institutions to say Barbados is back on the right track. It ain't just anybody that can do that. Mia Motley and Ryan Strawn and Marsha Cattle and the rest of the team are the people who were able to do that. And being able to repay those arrears has put money in people's pockets. Being able to repay people's income tax. Being able to make sure that people that were waiting for refunds could get those refunds, invest in their families, invest in their small businesses. We did all of that while in an IMF program. Do not let them tell you that our plan is too ambitious. They would not know what ambition looks like. They've never had any for themselves or for you. But when you go and put your X for Ryan Strawn, you are sending a message to them that we are going with someone who understands ambition, who understands hard work, who rolls up his sleeves to make sure that the programs for this country are well provisioned. All of us on this platform tonight have watched Ryan running all up and down the steps of Parliament when we were back at that place, bringing supplementaries, trying to figure out how to ensure, especially during COVID, that the things that need to be paid for are paid for. The Prime Minister called this the other day the dynamic duo, because he and I often have to tag team. And sometimes when I see the Prime Minister calling me, I call Ryan first and say, what the Prime Minister want? You know? Because I know some hard work is coming. But this government is no stranger to hard work, because it is a Barbados Labour Party administration that always has to come in and mop up the mess that has been left by the Democratic Labour Party. We are used to it. So we are no strangers to hard work. So it can't be that our targets are reasonable when they thief them, when they borrow them and propose them in their own plans, but that they're unreasonable when we propose them. The Democratic Labour Party's manifesto is full of unmeasured and unbudgeted proposals that don't add up. And I wonder if it is because their approach to financial governance is just to spend the money till it's gone and then hope for the best. That is what happened on the last occasion. That is the reason we got 23 downgrades. 23 downgrades that meant eventually that this country was borrowing not at 1%, as we have over the last 3.5 years, meaning that our debt service is now less than half what it was under the Democratic Labour Party administration, meaning that what we have to pay back quarterly is 30% compared to the 68% that they had to pay back. You know what it is to have to take 68 cents out of every dollar and pay back debt? Well, that leaves you with hardly anything to spend on the people of this country. At its lowest point under this Barbados Labour Party administration, that number was 22 cents out of every dollar, leaving 78% to be able to invest in people in this country. That is the difference between a Barbados Labour Party administration and the Democratic Labour Party. Don't let them tell you that there is no difference. These are the things that we have been able to do, even while in an IMF program. And I want to say to you tonight that transformation, true transformation, full transformation that the whole country can buy into, really bringing everyone along, does not happen in 3.5 years. Especially when 2 years out of that 3.5, was in a pandemic. We have a plan for this country that goes from our generation to future generations. We have a plan to transform Barbados that requires you to return Ryan Strachan to the Parliament of Barbados so that we can continue the transformational work that we have begun. They have come all of a sudden telling you about energy as if people wake up and discover renewable energy yesterday. They don't tell you about any targets. They don't tell you how they're going to do it. They don't tell you how they're going to enfranchise Barbadians to be a part of this boom. We have already seen 30 megawatts of renewable energy installed under this administration. Another 70 megawatts approved or in the pipeline to be approved for installation. A plan to have 50,000 homes in this country included in an economic enfranchisement program for renewable energy that will see people earning an income from having PV panels on their rooftops. That is what the future of economic development looks like in this country. When we can have a planning and development framework that says if a company is coming here to benefit from the patrimony of Barbadians and of Barbados, to benefit from the sun and to benefit from the coast and to have an impact on our environment, if you are coming as a developer to benefit from that, you have to give something back to the people of Barbados. And part of that is that through planning obligations, we've been able to have land that is going to be used for affordable housing. William Duguid was just on this platform. And a big part of the housing program that he has been able to implement, 1,100 building starts in this country over the last 3.5 years. Compare that to the houses that falling down that the Democratic Labour Party built and bragging about that nobody can go in. That people are seeking to recover their money because they bought homes that they can't occupy and they have to go from pillar to post looking for rental properties to put their children in. That is the record of the Democratic Labour Party that Michael Lashley on a platform talking to you about. Well, he denigrates citizens of other countries and comes with this xenophobic nonsense as if Barbadians are interested in that. Come with policies, man. Come with programs. Come with a plan for the future of Barbados. Come with a plan for people's children. You think that people want to hear all of this nonsense? Insulting women, insulting people of other ethnicities, people from other countries. Is that all you can bring after 3.5 years? We don't want that. Barbados is not interested in that. We are interested in progress. Oh, if all you have is insults, but they come to you with a comedy show. They come to be able to stand up on a platform to make you laugh so they can sit down in Parliament and make you cry. That is the only thing they are bringing for you. If you have a program where not only do you use planning obligations to be able to get land And this is part of our economic strategy, and this is part of my work when it comes to investment. So that you can get land, so that you can offer that land at $12 a square foot rather than $20 and $25 a square foot that it was priced at. That makes it affordable for people. You combine that with the energy on your rooftop, and you now start to make money. You now start to save money that you can invest in your children, that you can invest in your health and your well-being. And we have also said that even with this renewable energy boom, even with this construction boom, we are not leaving Barbadians behind. Because any company that comes here, again, to benefit from the patrimony of this Barbados, any company that comes here to invest in renewable energy, to invest in medicinal cannabis, has to see a 30% ownership stake from Barbadians. Because the future of economic development is not just about earning a wage. It is about creating wealth for your family. It is about creating wealth for generations. Ryan Strawn has been the man at the center of all of that ideation, of all of that execution. And he has been a big part of the cleanup, of the mess that was left by the Democratic Labour Party. Imagine these people could have the temerity, could have the unmitigated gall, could have the audacity to write in a manifesto that they are going to report every 6 months and they're going to use data. When Ryan Strawn and I came to this government, there was no data. We had to create a system of reporting. And Ryan managed every month, month to month. By the 5th day of the month, every state-owned enterprise had to show us their books, show us the numbers, tell us what is going on and why. Because the Democratic Labour Party hid behind an absence of data, of reporting. They like to use a lot of adjectives because they're weak on the numbers. They don't know how to measure anything. They don't know how to monitor anything because they don't think they're accountable to you. And Ryan was able to help shepherd a piece of legislation, a new piece of legislation on financial management that meant that no government again would be able to come and hide. They have to show what they're doing in the name of the people of Barbados. And they want to talk about fiscal rectitude. They can't come and lecture us about any fiscal rectitude because we brought it back after 10 years of none. After 10 years of not having a clue what these people were doing in the name of the people of Barbados. And I know that the good people of Kingsland are not going to allow Barbados to be taken back to that. Are you going to allow Barbados to be taken back to that? Or are you going to go out next week on the 19th of January to vote for Ryan Strawn to make sure that we have the team that is going to continue to take Barbados forward? I can't hear you.
Hey, 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 hey.
I ain't left Ryan Strawn out here. I bringing he back with me in there. So y'all better organize the suit.
Hey, 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 hey.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to come here to speak to you as I have about a man with no pretension, with nothing to prove, who, like me, has just come to help this country do better. And this is the kind of person that we need to have in leadership in this country. This is the kind of example that I want to have for my children, that you should have for your children. Because I want to tell you something about political service, if it is done right. It is not glamorous. Bells and whistles and diamonds and jewels. If it is done right, it is humble service to the communities that you have sworn to serve. And that is what Ryan Strachan embodies. So I know that on that day, you are going to show the Democratic Labour Party. I don't even know who the body is that running against Ryan. Because they just scrape together some people to say, you come so, you come so. Half of the people that don't even know the name because they put their own names in the manifesto.
Oh, Lord.
That is what they're bringing to you to tell you, vote for us. But I know that you see through all of that. I know that you believe that the plan that the Barbados Labour Party has for us all to own our future, for us all to progress, for us all to transform is the plan for you, is the plan for us. And that requires that you vote for Ryan Strachan, that you vote for all of the candidates of Christchurch, because this is the core that is going to help support a Mia Motley-led government to be the next, for her to be the next Prime Minister of Barbados. Ladies and gentlemen, I know that you are ready. We are in the final countdown. Don't lose focus. Don't be distracted. Go and get your 5 and go and get your 10 and tell them, let we go. So we voted for Ryan Strachan. We voted for better. We voted for our future. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you and good night.
Courage voting, Marsha Cadu.
Saddle up and put, cuddle up. The work that she doing is fabulous, like saving the economy, love for the family and free Wi-Fi. Marshallus.
And everything that she do spectacular. She got a vision, don't need binocular. He even walk to the village to talk to you. At the expo, there for
Marsha Cat. Anyway, Marsha step hill, army gun step, so BLP stepping with a brave heart. You know see the bees, got the whole place wet till the D's we don't take car. Anyway, me step Marsha Cat, gun step, car BLP stepping with a brave heart. Me and more man, if for showing our corner. Tell the D's we don't take car. This lady so quiet, intelligent, hardworking. Marsha says she can't stop helping. She don't do the finna money in her face. South Central, any problem?
Thank you, Marsha. Thank you. We know that we are safe when we have people like you. I have a quick introduction to make. But I want to speak briefly about representation. Politics throws up all kinds of individuals. And some people will say, oh, I like this person and I like that person, or this person is this and that. But the kind of representative you have is pretty much determined by the times you are in and the circumstances you face. There was once a time when where I'm standing now might have had some canes. And there was a time across areas of this constituency where there were just tracks and no street lights and the like. And during those times, you would have wanted a representative to come and help you get a road patch or pave or to find a road or cut a road. Or you would have wanted a representative to get a street light place here or a street light there and deal with those kind of things. As I said, the times determine the kind of representation you get. These times in which we live, you ask yourself whether or not the road is a priority or the street light, not that they are not important, but you ask yourself, is this what we want now? And yes, you may want a road, but you should not judge your representative by the patching of a road or the placing of a street light, because we expect in the Barbados Labour Party that those are things that we do as a matter of course. And yes, sports is important. And yes, you want to play and field, and yes, you want to organize some sporting events because those are the things that present the glue for the community you serve. But it is difficult to do those things if you don't have the right fix at the macro level. Now, there's a youngster running around here, not going to call his name yet, running around here talking about the representative for this area, Strawn. Nobody don't know him and nobody don't see him. A lot of nonsense. That's the same young fella who got up at a meeting in Britain and said, yeah, we got to get a stadium. We need a stadium real bad, but I know we ain't getting money from, but we want to get a stadium for true. No, that's it. In the Barbados Labour Party, we don't say where you can get it from or you don't know where you get it from. We know where we will get it from because of the kind of representation that you get from Ryan Strawn. He might not be like me, because I keep a lot of earth. I give a lot of trouble, they say. I'm a rebel of sorts. But how do you get the results you want in your community if you don't have the right fix at the macro level? Do you need a representative to represent you in Kingsland to come to tell you about football and table tennis? Or do you want a representative that makes it possible for those things to happen? And Ryan Strawn has been doing the work to make the things possible at the community level. You don't get roads by magic. You don't get the buses by magic. You don't get the sanitation trucks by magic. You don't stop the downgrades by magic. No. You stop it by having people like Ryan Strawn working on your behalf in the Ministry of Finance to ensure that those things will be made possible. Now I say to you tonight, you have to ask yourself, do you trade a thoroughbred horse for a goat?
Oh, Lord.
I tell you tonight, I am not here to make fun. Ryan Strawn and I are not buddies. But I'm telling you, I would come here and do what I am doing now because he has demonstrated that he is worthy of your support and he is worthy of the respect and admiration of the people of this country. I tell you tonight, Kingsland. I tell you tonight, Lodge Road and Water Street and Edie's Village. I tell you tonight in Bannatyne. I tell you in Newton. I tell you in Wotton. I tell you tonight in Kingsland Heights. I tell you tonight in Southridge. I tell you tonight in Edie's Village. You have the one. You have the one who the people know is the one who makes it easy for you to enjoy the luxuries you enjoy now. He stopped the downgrades. He helped you with the buses. Ladies and gentlemen, Ryan Strawn. Ryan Strawn. Bring him back again. Come the 19th of January. Bring him back again. Because Christchurch East Central needs him. Barbados needs him. Mia Amo needs him. Ladies and gentlemen, Ryan Strawn. Ryan Strawn, the next parliamentary representative, once again for the constituency of Christchurch East Central.
Mia is best in league. I know you agree with me. The West of them ain't ready.
Good night. Good night, Kingsland. Ladies and gentlemen, I am going to begin this evening, as I have since the start of this campaign, thanking sincerely from the bottom of my heart the people of Christchurch East Central for placing your confidence in me 3.5 years ago to serve as your parliamentary representative at a time when Barbados needed all of us, to play a vital role in resuscitating our country, in bringing a measure of respectability back across this land. And I know that it has not been easy. And as Marsha just said to you, we were on a journey from, I think 2016 is when Marsha joined the team. I was there a couple of years before, preparing to make sure that when the moment came, that we were ready to serve on your behalf. And I believe, Barbados, that we have done a very good job at restoring the reputation of Barbados. Now, I asked the people of Christchurch East Central to put me to work on your behalf. And they did so proudly as a member of a Barbados Labour Party team led by the Honourable Prime Minister, Mia Amor-Motley. But what I didn't know then, as I know certainly now, was that whilst we were prepared to deal with the conditions that existed in 2018, it only dawned on me as this pandemic started to have its fullest impact on the lives of ordinary Barbadians across this country. Why that work that we undertook in the first 18 months was so critical. And I cannot think of any other purpose that is greater than being able to do the things that were necessary to bring honor and respectability back to the government of Barbados, so that you and your family can feel a sense of pride that you elected a government that was here to serve. And as I stand here tonight, Christchurch East Central in Kingsland, and I want to just cast my mind back just a few years, because not so long ago, if any of you were driving through Kingsland and happened to pass through here, because I know that some of you may have made a few turns this evening trying to find here, you would not have been able to recognize this space, because this space was overrun with bush, which reflected the kind of care that the last administration had for communities across Barbados. And so as I welcome you on behalf of the people of Christchurch East Central to this space, and we've only just started, because as with everything in life, as Tyrone said, we can't do everything at the same time. But I know that under the Barbados Labour Party, if you give us the opportunity, Kingsland, to return me as your duly elected representative on January 19th as a part of a Barbados Labour Party government, then not just the spaces here in Kingsland, not just the spaces in Christchurch East Central, but you have already started to see what the Barbados Labour Party can do across the length and breadth of Barbados. Because to clean up the country was not only in relation to the corruption, and a lot has been done with respect to that, and I'll say a few words on that tonight, because I want the people of Barbados to understand that what we inherited was a sordid affair of contractual mismatch that will leave your heads in a tizzy. And I know that what we have been able to do, and I know that many of you would like to see some people at Dodds. You would like to see some people at Dodds. And I can say to you that the anti-corruption unit has been started, and just listen to me very carefully. The anti-corruption unit has been started, it has been financed, it is doing its work, and I say to the people of Barbados, let those very good people continue to do their work such that whatever result needs to take place in court, that can happen. But I want to say to you that whilst those investigations are ongoing, we have been able to address a number of critical issues in relation to some of these contractual arrangements that has saved you, the taxpayers of this country, millions of dollars that were agreed under last administration. And so when you see people emerge from their slumber, you must ask yourselves, what else they're coming back for? What else they're coming back for? Because Marsha and I have worked very, very, very hard, along with the Prime Minister and the rest of the team over the last 3.5 years, to right-size government, to ensure that the purposes for which departments and agencies were intended to deliver, that they have the appropriate resources to deliver for you and your family, so that we can ease the stress and burden of persons engaging with government. And I believe in my heart of hearts that you know and I know the difference between a Barbados governed well by the Barbados Labour Party and a Barbados that was not so glorious. So do not allow anybody to try to redefine history, because all of us lived through those 10 bad years, wicked years. And I know I don't want to return to anything like that. We have charted a path for this country that I want all of Barbados to embrace, that I want the whole of Barbados to understand that when you go to the polls on January 19th, do not be confused. You must vote for a government. You're not voting for no opposition. You are voting for a government. And the choice has to be absolutely clear. You are voting for a government. And I offered myself again to the people of Christchurch East Central, and I say to you, put Ryan Strachan to work again. Ladies and gentlemen, and I don't say so lightly, because I know that a lot is still left to be done. But I know that the people of Barbados understand that COVID has been completely disruptive. But yet your government has been able to respond. And I swear I wish that we were able to do more. But part of the reason that we could not do more, as Marsha said, is because we still continue to pay the old bills that were left by the Democratic Labour Party. And they want you to forget. They want you to forget. And whilst we're paying those old bills, we are still keeping current with our obligations as it stands today. So there's no public servant in this country that needs to be concerned about whether or not the NAS is being paid. Because when we came to office, Kingsland, $250 million in unpaid national insurance contributions for public servants, unpaid. And of course, you don't find $250 million lying around like it's 25 cents, 50 cents. And since April of 2019, we have been paying $6 million a month clear off those old NAS contributions that were not paid, whilst at the same time continuing to pay the $6 million each month to remain current for public service in this country, so that if you get sick or you're going to get your pension, that there'll be no question about it. But we do that because that is what a government is supposed to do. We're still paying for the fuel that the few buses and garbage trucks were using, just over $1 million when the month comes. So no matter how much revenue we collect, we got to pay off them old bills and still provide services for the people of Barbados. And then along comes COVID. And we lost $600 million, which is about $50 million when the month comes. And we still continue to pay them old bills. And we still kept current with our obligations. And then we still had to respond to COVID itself. So I say to all of Barbados, you know a country that is well governed. Nothing is perfect, but you know a country that is well governed. And so I say to Kingsland and Christchurch East Central and to Barbados tonight, that when you wake up on January 20th, I want you to understand that it is time to press gas. Because we have taken too long, Barbados, to make simple decisions. And therefore, when you go to the polls on January 19th, you are going to the polls with a clear understanding that you are voting for the government that you want in order to move this country forward, so that on January 20th, we are all absolutely clear of the direction we want to take this country. We are not going back. And we may not always agree on every single thing, every issue, because there's always something that I don't like, you don't like, you don't like. But in total, Barbados, we have to agree that we must keep pressing forward. And I say to the people of Christchurch East Central, it is my mission. It is my mission to take things forward. And in the last 3.5 years, as I have been able to try to balance my responsibilities in the ministry, we introduced a number of programs that was clearly halted by COVID. I say to the people of Christchurch East Central, this next term is for you. Because a lot of the things that I would like to have done could not have been done, because you have to prioritize in the same way that in your family, you've got to prioritize. And I don't in any way ever wish anybody to misunderstand what role I play, my concern about the constituency, because as we have had to make decisions, I've said to the Prime Minister and colleagues, we will focus on the things that matter directly to people. And therefore, when we started to look at what was required for the country, we all prioritized what we needed to prioritize with respect to our constituencies, and then match it up against the national priorities. And going forward, yes, that will continue to be our policy. But I say to the people of Christchurch East Central that I want you and the rest of Barbados to walk hand in hand with this government, because there are critical decisions that have to be made in this country moving forward. And as I canvass the length and breadth of this constituency, many of you have said to me, Ryan, when we can get the children back in school. Mothers and grandmothers, fathers, uncles, everybody want to know when we can get the children back in school. And once we've been able to provide tablets and laptops and all kinds of things to allow persons to learn online, we know that that is not sustainable. And therefore, whether it is testing, vaccination, whatever the case is, we must come to an absolute clear consensus amongst ourselves ourselves that we're going to make sure that our children get back to school. And therefore, when your government makes a decision in relation to getting children back to school with the stakeholders, it cannot be a case that the leader of a union who is now running against the Minister of Education, that cannot be the case. And therefore, when people come to represent a cause, you, the people of Barbados, must hold them to account. Because the future of this country will always rely on how we are able to educate our young people. And these last 2 years have been devastating for our young people. And therefore, we must make clear decisions going forward, Kingsland, about what we are going to do about the education of our children. And I say to the teachers and the principals and the staff of all of the schools, it is my firm belief that the children of this country are no more at risk at school than they are in the community. They are no more at risk at school than they are in the community. As a matter of fact, I believe they're probably safer at school than at home, given the community spread that exists. We know there are protocols in school, which once enforced, we can deliver education. And therefore, I'm saying to the people of Christchurch, East Central, and the people of Barbados, we have to get serious. Because the longer we take to get our children back to school, the worse the conditions will become. And therefore, we as a country must decide very quickly what we are going to be doing with respect to school. And in the same token, we have to decide about how we are going to transform this country. Because not so long ago, there was a parliamentary representative in this constituency who was the Minister of Education, yes. But there was a clear policy that no technology was to be in school. You remember there was a ban on cell phones and technology in school. And now today, the only way that your children are learning is through the same technology. So when we go back to school, the children must take the technology back to school with them. And therefore, our teachers and our educators must understand that these circumstances have changed. And therefore, transformation has already started, Barbados. And therefore, as we seek to build this out, we must be committed to making sure that we keep pressing ahead to bring greater opportunities for our young people. Now I'm going to say very quickly, because a few days ago, the Prime Minister asked me to look at a document. And I must tell you, the document was hard reading. Because having spent 3.5 years trying to right-size the public finances in our country, I really found it difficult to read what was being proposed as a manifesto by the Democrat Labour Party. And I'm not a boastful person. I just get on with my job. I execute. But I can say to the whole of Barbados that what I read, and I don't know if many people read it because perhaps I'm promoting it more than it ought to be promoted, but I want to say to Barbadans, stay the course. Because the document is not worth the ink, the graphics, or anything that is in it. They're just making things up, hoping to grab at young people, pensioners, households in this country, to grab your attention, because you know a country where the Democratic Labour Party could not even pay for very basic services in this country. And therefore, I ask the people of Kingsland, the people of Christchurch, East Central, and the people of Barbados, do not in any way be swayed by any of the social media nonsense that's circulating. Do not be swayed by empty promises to try to make you feel better. Because all of you know that tonight, that if your garbage was to be collected tomorrow and you put it out tonight, that it will be collected tomorrow. And you are able to do that because your government made the resources available to ensure that that can happen. And do not forget, Kingsland, do not forget. Do not forget. We are at a serious juncture in this country. Serious juncture. And I heard people saying things like, you could borrow from the central bank. The bank is in your backyard, like it's a lime tree. Like you just go in the yard and pick limes. I am saying to Barbados, please ignore the nonsense. Please ignore the nonsense. Because let me explain to you very clearly what would happen. The central bank is not just any ordinary bank that is just going to take out money. Because the central bank holds the reserves, euro money that when you put in the bank, they just put aside some to make sure that if any of the banks find themselves in trouble, they can lend them. But what the Democratic Labour Party is seeming to propose is that they want to use the money that is in the central bank to do the things that they say that they want to do. But let me explain to you and break it down for you, because many of you will go to the ATM, and when you go to the ATM, you are putting your PIN, take out the money. So I want you to understand that whilst before they were printing it, they now want to tell you that they want to go to the central bank, spend the money in the central bank in order to do the things that they want to do. So I want you to appreciate very clearly that if that was to happen, basically when you go to the ATM, you wouldn't even get a chance to put in your PIN. Because all the ATM we're telling you is that the Democratic Labour Party done spend the money already. Your money. So do not be fooled by anything that they're proposing to you, Barbados. Do not be fooled. Now, the example that I give, and I make it very clear, can become a reality if the people of Barbados don't remain focused. Don't remain focused. But I know that you know that a country, this country, has been well managed over the last 3.5 years. Well managed. In spite of the challenges that we have faced, your country has been well managed. As a matter of fact, our reputation today as a country fighting against all odds is second to none. Because people are looking to Barbados as an example, Kingsland, as an example. And therefore, rather than people asking us, the Prime Minister, whether sewage is still flowing in the streets, can you imagine, you're a leader of a country, you're a leader of a community, and somebody's asking you if the sewage is still flowing in the street. You understand what that will do to you? It's embarrassing. But luckily, our Prime Minister, I've never seen her daunted, but it gets you here. And therefore, when we say that we must redouble our efforts, Kingsland and Christchurch East Central, to move this country forward, let us appreciate that we have to stabilize this country in order to create conditions for investment and for growth, opportunities for young people. And I was never so happy as the day when we were able to reinstate tuition fees at the University of West Indies. Because I know many young men in Kingsland and women, but a lot more young men than women, who had to leave the University of West Indies when their MP, the previous MP, introduced a policy that created hardship for them. So I was having a discussion the other day with some young people, and they said to yourself, imagine if it is hard now to go to university. Imagine if your parents had to pay. Imagine that. And this government, in the midst of a pandemic, continues to invest in our young people. And so when I read the DLP's manifesto and they said that they will be focusing on primary and secondary, I asked myself, I started to scratch my head. Because the last time they had an opportunity, ladies and gentlemen, they didn't lose any revenue. They didn't lose any revenue. And I asked myself, but what is they really talking about? Because they were not very specific. So be careful, Barbados. Be careful. Because we have a very clear mission on January 19th. Very clear. You know, and I know, that this country needs to move forward. The pandemic has had a significant impact on all of our lives. But the Barbados Labour Party will not allow the pandemic to define the future of Barbados. And therefore, on January 19th, I want all of you to get up bright and early, go to the polls. The line can be slightly longer because you got to space out. Take your sanitizer, get your umbrella, and be patient. Be patient. Get your little bottle of water. Be patient. And make sure that when you go down to Milton Lynch, Kingsland, and you go to your respective polling stations across the constituency and across Barbados, that you vote for Ryan Strachan on January 19th so that we can continue the transformational work of this country. And that the whole of Barbados, you go to the polls and vote for the Barbados Labour Party candidate in your constituency. And let me say tonight before I go, we in Christchurch, we live as one. We really do. Don't mind from time to time, especially after Elsa, we were pushing William to make sure that the houses can start the repairs, and we know the pressure is on because people's lives were disrupted. We pushed Wilfred early on to make sure that the sewage was cleaned up so that the whole of Barbados, not just Christchurch, but the whole of Barbados can enjoy what we have to offer on the South Coast. We pushed Medic to create opportunities for young people and to start and with environment to make sure we continue to clean up this place. And Ralph has been moving around this country trying to make sure that we can improve the governance across the communities in this country. And they say to Christchurch, let us return these fine gentlemen. Wilfred in the east, Ralph in the south, William in the west, Adrian in West Central, and Ryan here in Christchurch East Central to continue the transformational work, not just in Christchurch, but across Barbados, and to return the Barbados Labour Party to government on January 19th. Vote, vote, vote for Ryan Strachan, vote for the Barbados Labour Party, vote for Mia Amor Motley to be Prime Minister of Barbados. Thank you, God bless you, and good night.
But me up care about you. We love the BLP crew. Call we get back free, dead free, and look how the bus is running smooth. Look how the sewage move. We know got things to do. So January 19th, come and get in the groove. If you love Barbados as bad as me, vote for BLP. Mia and the team BLP. Vote for BLP. You want the best for this country. Vote for BLP. The Barbados Labour Party is for we. Vote for BLP.
You have just heard from the next parliamentary representative for the constituency of Christchurch East Central, Ryan Strachan. Let's keep it going. My friend, my brother, a brother from another mother, the man who has demonstrated that he has the capacity to deliver. He delivered in youth affairs. He delivered in the environment. Come, Medic, Medic, come. Adrian, Medic Ford, come. Christchurch, West Central, in good hands with Adrian, Medic Ford. Come, Medic, come.
Medic is doing more. Who you voting for? Who is the best for sure? When them a snore, Medic is doing more. Who fix the roads in Silver Hill? Service is my medicine. And when you're sick, get you a pill. is my medicine. MEDIC. Who you want? MEDIC. Who you want? MEDIC. It's safer with
I feel good, boy, I feel good. Since I went with medic, medicine working, it working.
Who you voting for? Medic. Who is we mentor? Medic. If them want more, medic is doing more. Who you voting for? Medic. Who is the best for sure? Medic. When them must snore, medic is doing more. Who fix the road?
Good night. Good night, Kingsland. Good night, Barbados. Good night, the Watton. And a special good night to the good people in the epicenter of Christchurch, West Central. I want to hear you tonight, man. I want to hear Barbados tonight, man. I want to hear you because this is important. This is serious business, man. This is the business of your lives. And the business of your lives require a serious investment. And it is an investment that is tried. It is an investment that is tested. It is an investment that is proven. And that investment is the Barbados Labour Party, man. I want to say to you that, and I told the good people in Christchurch West Central, and I want to refer to the good book because I feel it's spiritual tonight, man. Psalms 30, and I'm going as far as verses 5, man. Weeping may endure. We had it rough, man. 3 years, we had the freeze storm, 45,000 episodes of lightning. You had Hurricane Elsa and volcanic ash. Idiosyncrasies that have never visited this land before. On top of that, the global pandemic. And I want to say to you tonight, weeping may endure in the night, but come Thursday morning, there will be joy when Barbados go take their numbers and vote for Mia and Motley and the Barbados Labour Party, man. This is serious business here. I want to say to you tonight that what you have in a Prime Minister, I want you to understand what you have in Mia and Motley as your leader. I want you to understand the reason why the international community, everywhere you go, is asking Barbadians to give them a piece of Mia and Motley, man. I want to tell you tonight, if the word workaholic was ever to be attached to anybody, it would be attached to Mia and Motley, the Prime Minister of this country. I want to say to Barbadians tonight, you have a Prime Minister who spends every single waking moment of her life to ensure that, and trust me, that is out of 24 hours, 4 hours, that she does not sleep. I am saying to you, the Prime Minister of this country, she works with every sinew to ensure that Barbadians are safe, to ensure that the intangible and the tangible dream of Barbadians, to live that Barbadian dream, can be realized in this country. That is the Prime Minister you have, man. She does everything to ensure that the moral litmus test, which speaks to how you treat the children. Look at what we have done since we come to power. Look at what we have done for those in the dawn of their lives. The children that we are responsible for as it relates to providing that nurturing and that care for our children. Look at what happened since 2018 in terms of the removal of the worst decision ever taken in Barbados, in terms of the university education and the tuition fees. The first thing we did, and the Prime Minister said, it will not happen under my watch, man. And we removed the albatross from around Barbadians so that they can be world leaders in terms of education. That is what we do. And that is a Prime Minister who has the country at heart, man. Then we said that the disabled community must be involved in having a tangible existence in this country. And what has she done? She has empowered them to make sure that they have a voice. And especially the elderly. Look what happened in terms of the pension, man. The first thing we did in the worst of economic situation is to increase the pension for the elderly, those in the twilight of their years, so they can get their medication and what's not and enjoy life Ham at Christmas, Elaine will talk about it, man. That is a prime minister that cares about you. And I'm saying today, what do you have on the other side, man? You know what you have. But I can tell you something, you know what you can get to. You have a group of misogynists, man. People who curse motherless mothers, create all type of fancy terms. And they curse little children too. I know what happened with Vernon in Britain. So last election. Let me talk serious business here, man. This is the business of your life. And if you curse the children of the nation, you can't lead them in then. It's a simple philosophy. You have to uplift the children, and that is what this Prime Minister has been doing for the time she came to office. I am saying to you, Barbadians, there is one clear choice, and that is the choice of the Barbados Labour Party, and that is the choice of me and Monty as the leader of this country. But I'm saying to you, what do you have in Ryan Strong? What do you have in your MP, man? A man who the Prime Minister said, Ryan, I have to bring Barbados from the doldrums. I will lift this country for the chasms of despair, man, and I will give Barbadians and Barbados a space internationally. Let me continue to build this country in a global way. But I want you to look after the finances of this country. And what has Ryan Strong done, not only to Kingsland, he put a clean and green part here too. Let me get real, man. I want to tell you that the residents in Kingsland can go just a stone's throw away and have a recreational space to call their own, so that post-COVID, they can balance the humors, man. Let me get real in here. That is the efforts and work of Ryan Strong, man. I want to hear you tonight. This is the efforts and the work of a representative that care about you. And I make no excuses tonight, man. I make no excuses. His opponent, Rashid, is my friend. Whilst I was the medic at God Hill, he was a player. He played defensive midfield, but he could score one goal against the man. This is serious business here. This is the business of your life, and the business of your life must be put in the hands of Ryan Strong, man. The business of your children's life must be put in the hands of Ryan Strong, Kingsland. The business of your future, the business of your genetics, man, must be put in the hands of Ryan Strong. Don't let me get caught up tonight. This is serious business. And if Wednesday, if you make the mistake, because as I said, the man, Rashid, is a good man, but he was a bad bunch, man. He was a bad bunch, and there is no dichotomy there. He is with a bad bunch, a very bad bunch. Kerry referred to them as the 4 horsemen. I want you to get serious tonight, man. What you get is a regurgitation of vomit, man. This is a serious thing in your life. This is a serious thing for your future. This is a serious thing for Barbados, and you can't afford to make the mistake Wednesday. If you make the mistake Wednesday, light as we know it. Genesis 3 verses 1. God said what? Let there be light, man. And the light was good, man. Since 2018, you told the Barbados Labour Party and me and Montley that we want light. And we have provided light that has been good to you, man. Let the light continue to shine on the Barbados Labour Party. Don't let me make sport tonight. This is serious business of your life. Get up early. I can hear the phone calls now, man. Hey, wake up 6 o'clock in the morning. I want you to tell your neighbors. I want you to tell your friends. I want you to tell your enemies. Go and vote for every single candidate at the Barbados Labour Party, because your life, your family, Barbados depend on you making the right decision. I am serious tonight. This is no manzy-pansy effort. This is the life and the business of this country, man. And when you say that you have a government, that economic plan, me talk about economics, man. I don't want to get hot in here. Let us talk economics. Because when you say, Kerry referred to them as the 4 horsemen. Kerry referred to them as the 4 horsemen. But I want to tell you something, man. If you vote for them, man, don't make the mistake. You know what happened prior to 2018. If you vote for them, and I want you to listen to me carefully, man. Lo and behold, if you are not bitten by a pit bull with or without lashes, somebody trying to get Richard, man. I get it serious in here, man. I get it serious in here. This is a serious business of your life, man. This is not a manzy-pansy thing. You have to understand what is at stake. The cookie jar is full, man. We moved from $400 million when we came to office, Ryan. And you work in Parliament every single day with me. Every single day, I say, Lord of mercy, I feel for Ryan and the family. I feel for Ryan and the family, man. Every single night I call Ryan, I say, Ryan said, Medic, I'm here working. Our percentage debt to GDP was 171% or so. Forgive me if I'm wrong. I suffer from a little dyscalculia, you know. I am not an economist, man. I want to tell you, Ryan strong, man, ably managed this economy to bring down, we were the third or the fourth worst performing economy in the world, man. Not only in the Caribbean, the Western Hemisphere, in the world. Right now, as I speak, we have about $3 billion, about 40 weeks of foreign import coverage, man. 40 weeks. Somebody say, longer than it takes to born a baby. We get serious in here, man. We have 40 weeks of import under the stewardship and management of Ryan Strong, man. Let us understand what we have here. We have a man that understands that 20% is greater than 80%. We have a man that understands the meaning of numbers and how to put it together so that the people in Kingsland can go to the supermarket, man, so that the roads can get fixed, so they can get a clean and green park, so that Barbados, although and albeit in spite of the fact that we are first with the worst economic and serious political unrest in this country, that this country has been able to survive, all because of Ryan Strong. Let me get it real here. Ryan Strong has done human work. I would want him as my representative, Ryan, and I make no apology, but I am closely connected to the best representative, one of the best, probably not the best. And Wilfred Abrams, my friend and colleague, I never got down the hill to South, man. I got Ralph Storm. I'm so familiar with Strong and Kingsland. Forgive my people, man. Forgive my people, all of me is one, man. But if you have, before I came to this ministry, and thanks to Trevor Prescott for giving me the opportunity to continue where he left off. Because prior to 2018, we had 6 garbage trucks. But the Democratic Labour Party can expose on their platform that they have half dozen. I am saying to you, the level of delusion has no boundaries with that party, man. You gotta get serious about your life, man. You gotta get serious about your life. But it's not idiopathic, 20 greater than 80 according to them. I ain't who say it, man. Let me get serious about your life and the business of your life and the difference between a vote for Ryan Strong and a vote for the Democratic Labour Party. It is your life. It is the life of your future. It is the life of your children. It is the life of every single entity in Barbados, including biodiversity. It will kill the plants as you know it, man. It will kill the animals as you know it. And I have a prime minister at 2 o'clock. She's asking me, Minister, what's happening with the leaf to get cool, man? A lady who believes that she cannot sleep unless she understands everything that's going on in Barbados to help with the United Nations call for a decade of ecosystem restoration. That is the prime minister that you have, man. And under the leadership, the financial leader of Ryan Strong, you have stability. You have economic growth. Despite all the idiosyncrasies, I am saying to you, T. Kingsland, I am saying to you, Christchurch is central. Go early Monday morning, 5 o'clock. The folk start to crow, man. I know how the folk the crow in Kingsland. Man, they could do it too, man. Get up early, man. Let me get serious in here. Get up early Wednesday morning. Get up early and make sure that when you go and cast a vote, I cast my vote for Wilfred Abrams and I get it at the polls at 5 o'clock, man. Get up early, get in line, follow the protocols. I want to get everybody in Ralph Thorne area to understand that it is South you must bring home for Ralph Thorne. And my good friend, do good and good will attend the good people of Christchurch West, man. And when you come to Christchurch East, Wilfred Abrams, my good friend and colleague, the kindest man I have ever met in the world, man. I want you to lift him up. And I want to say to you, when you come to Christchurch West Central, there is a medic that understands that service is his medicine, man. I want you to go in your numbers, and I want to leave you because my voice is gone, but I can say something for you. And the words of Jimmy Cliff, Then you wake up on Thursday next week. I want you to sing a song, man, called the Barbados Labour Party, sing it for every night on the platform. Better days are coming. Bye. Better days are coming for Barbados under me and Motley and the Barbados Labour Party. Ladies and gentlemen, have a wonderful night and God bless you.
In Silver Hill, service is my medicine. And when you're sick, get you a pill. Service is my medicine. MEDIC, who you want? MEDIC, who you want? MEDIC, it's safer with he. MEDIC, who you want? MEDIC, who you want? MEDIC, vote BLP. The play part by Joe Edgel. Service is my medicine. Road Dennis got the men showing skill.
That boy come up here, mash up the thing, lick off the monitor. I don't know why he behaved like that at all. Medic for the talent in this Barbados Labour Party. I don't know who the individual is running against him. I heard Dr. Dugan say it's a fella. I didn't know that either. But you know, we're going to have to keep it going. I was born and raised in the constituency of Christchurch East. And I grew up with representatives from the Democratic Labour Party and the Barbados Labour Party. And whether or not a member of the Democratic Labour Party during that time was my parliamentary representative, even though it was not a party that you supported, you could still have some regard for that individual. But Christchurch East sunk to its lowest ebb when it voted for Low. And tonight, I am glad to say Low is gone. And I know that he has a hearse by his constituency office. And I want him to understand tonight that he is dead to politics and he needs to get into the hearse and go. Oh Lord, we are not going back. He is done. We want Wilfred Arthur Abrams to represent us again. Come the 19th of January. Come the 19th of January. Christchurch East. We know. We are going with Wilfred again. Wilfred Abrams. Wilfred Arthur Abrams. He has demonstrated his got it already, and he'll do it again.
Wilfred Abrams is number one. How we vote for him last time. We'll vote for him this time. Vote him every time. So Wilfred Abrams is number one, and we vote for him. We will vote him this time. Vote him all the time. So we vote for Abrams last time. Voting Abrams this time. We vote Abrams last time.
Christchurch East Central, how are you feeling? So understand, special things are happening now. Kingsland, today is a good day. You know why today is a good day? Because I found here in one. I have never come in Kingsland and actually got to where I was going in one tray. Today is a good day. I am here to speak on behalf of my good friend, Ryan Strong. A lot of people don't actually know who Ryan Strong is, and they may not understand Ryan entirely. Ryan is one of the brightest human beings I have ever met in my life. He bright. I don't mean little bit of bright. I mean phenomenally bright. When the Prime Minister called Ryan back to come and take an active interest in politics, a lot of people would have known of Ryan from sometimes he wrote in the paper, and they would have known of him as an economist. And I got to know Ryan Strong as a human. Ryan is one of the most determined people you could ever hope to meet. And I want us to actually understand where we came from and where we are. It was 3.5 years ago that Barbados was at perhaps its lowest economic ebb. We've never been that low. A lot of you who can hear me now know that y'all were hoarding US dollars because y'all felt that the dollar was going to devalue. Not true. A lot of you were buying up US dollars because you were frightened for the Barbados dollar. It was 3.5 years ago, 3.5 short years ago, that Barbados had been hit by 23 consecutive downgrades. That's where we were. It was 3.5 short years ago that Barbados could not borrow a cent on the international market without paying extortionist prices. And understand what I'm telling you. We all know that sometimes we run ourselves in difficulty. And we know quite often that if we end up in difficulty, you always got somebody you could borrow something from. You might ask your family. You might ask your friend. When things get desperate, you ask that old aunt you got that can give the lecture about being financially responsible. She can make you feel real bad, real guilty, tell you that you spend out your pension, but she can lend you the money. When you get to a point where nobody wants to lend you money at all, you know that you have hit rock bottom. But if that happens with the individual, understand when you as a country, nobody wants to lend you money at all. The last set of people raped Barbados. They raped our treasury. They destroyed our economy. We came into government at the worst time in the history of Barbados to come into government. It could not be any worse than it was. That was 3.5 short years ago. Our memories real short as Bajans sometimes, our memories are really short. It was 3.5 short years ago that we ain't had the money to buy the garbage trucks. And the garbage was piled all about Barbados. Everywhere you went, you see piles of garbage. Piles of garbage. A lot of you out here in Kingsland know that your garbage was piled up because you couldn't get your garbage collected on a week, a 2-week, a 3-week, even a 4-week rotation. Kingsland, I want to ask you a question. Who can hear me? When is your garbage day? When is your scheduled pickup day out here? Monday. You see all y'all saying Monday? 3.5 short years ago, you couldn't say Monday. You might have said perhaps next month. You might have said the next scheduled pickup is maybe in March because they didn't have the garbage trucks. That was 3.5 short years ago. 3.5 short years ago, we had sewage running all in the streets because they either ain't had the money to fix it or they didn't have the will to fix it. It was 3.5 short years ago that if you all walked onto the main road and tried to get a bus into Bridgetown to go to work, you were going to be late because the bus service was unreliable because we ain't had buses. And coming back home, going to the Fairchild Street, Basan, or wherever it is that you went, you would be late because you have plenty commuters and too few buses because there was no money to buy buses. That is where we were 3.5 short years ago. 3.5 short years ago, everything looked bleak. Now understand me, Kingsland. Understand me, East Central. It was 3.5 years ago that y'all came together collectively. On a good day, you can't get two Bajans to agree on the same thing. If I ask two people stand up a question, one can answer. Whoever answers first, the other one, even if they're meant to get the same answer, can get a contrary answer to start a debate. Because that's what we do. We don't agree on nothing. 3.5 short years ago, the whole of Barbados agreed that we had enough, that we had been through the bleakest period. We could no longer take it. All of them had to go. You all understand that we have 30 constituencies, but Barbados has 311 polling districts. 3.5 short years ago, Barbados came out and gave the Barbados Labour Party the approval in 309 of those districts. I don't understand half the time when Ryan talking about numbers and when he's doing his thing. I gotta trust him. But Ryan, I don't know. 309, or do it the other way, 2 out of 311 is how much percent? I can stop at that. I can say 0.00002. I just put in a yes, but it was low. It was real low. But that is when you spoke with a voice saying, we no longer are going to accept that we as Bajans deserve better. Has anything changed since then? Has anything changed about what you think of what they did back then? Now understand, the whole of Barbados said, y'all did us wrong. No, we are forgiving people. We are. We are real quick to forgive and forget. But everybody said, you owe us an apology. The Christians said, you owe us an apology. The Muslims said, you owe us an apology. The old people said, you owe us an apology. The young people said, you owe us an apology. The women's groups in particular said, you owe us an apology for what you did to women and how you portrayed women on your platforms. That was 3.5 short years ago. If everybody in Barbados said to the last government, you need to apologize. When the election called, before you mount your first platform, what's the one thing you would do? I can't hear you. The one thing you would do is say, I'm sorry. Acknowledge you did us wrong. Say, I'm sorry. There's nothing worse than somebody who is not just sorry, not just not sorry, but somebody who is wrong and strong. I could not believe when the man that don't say nothing on a good day decides to unpick his teeth after 3.5 years and get up on a platform and say to the people of Barbados, no, I thought, when I heard he was going to speak, I figured there had to be something spectacular was going to happen. It was a spectacular catastrophe. The man ain't unpick his teeth to say nothing. The last vision I have of him was standing by his one self crying in George Street. I think he had a lawyer with him. But the two of them standing up like two vultures picking over the carcass of a dead Barbados. And the next thing he says is, I, Frundle Jerome Stewart. I understand he used his whole name. When you use your whole name, it shows you're serious. Right? I, Frundle Jerome Stewart, have nothing to apologize for. Nobody can make me apologize. 2008 to 2018 were glorious years. They were glorious years. Well, if those were the glory years, and these are difficult times, then I definitely don't want them in charge of this country at this point in time, as we're on our path to recovery. Ryan, a lot of people don't understand what it is that you do. Ryan is not just an economist. Ryan is not just the minister in the Ministry of Finance. Ryan is the Prime Minister's right-hand person in all matters financial. Everything that has happened since then to dig us out of the hole, to help us to renegotiate our debt, to help stabilize our dollar, to find money to buy the buses, to find money to buy the garbage trucks, to find money to help us take the sewage off the streets. All of that had Ryan Strawn's handprint all over it. It had his signature all over it. Ryan, the country owes you a debt of gratitude. You know when you're broke and you want to buy a brown mint and you start to like pick up the cushion on the sofa and dig around and you're searching through your pockets and you're looking under the bed to see if any money fall and roll. Like one thing a 5 cent had drop and roll and you ain't bother to pick it up, but you're desperate, you're looking for it now. Understand that was the position we were in as a government. And look at where we are now. Ryan Strawn and the Prime Minister and Marsha Cadell and the economic team allowed us to put perhaps the best COVID-dedicated facility in the Caribbean, probably one of the best in the hemisphere. We retrofitted Harrison Point so that those who are most affected by COVID had a place to go, a first-class facility. That was Ryan Strawn and the economic team. Ryan Strong and the economic team ensured that we got vaccines. Ensure we had tests for everybody who wanted to be tested. When we had a discussion in cabinet and the Prime Minister said the first draw had to be health, whatever health needed, health had to get, and she turned, the Prime Minister made these pronouncements. Well, let me not do that voice. The Prime Minister made pronouncements and then turned to Ryan. Right? Sort of like, I have said it, you sort it out. I have said we can find it, Ryan, find it. And Ryan, from somewhere in his deep pocket, with his magic pen, manages to pull money out of nowhere. Our dollar is stable now because of the Prime Minister and Ryan Strong. You have your buses now because of the Prime Minister and Ryan Strong. You have your garbage trucks now because of the Prime Minister and Ryan Strong. The tourists are coming back in Barbados because of the Prime Minister and Ryan Strong. We have the best COVID health care in the Caribbean and arguably in the hemisphere because of the Prime Minister and Ryan Strong. You understand what I'm telling you? Do not even attempt to separate one from the next, because every time you see the Prime Minister on CNN, or you see the Prime Minister at one of these big conferences, or you hear that she's talking to a world leader, she could only go there because we got Ryan Strong here. So don't misunderstand the importance of this man. A lot of you do not, Kingsland, East Central, y'all actually do not really understand who y'all have as your MP. I cannot see this government going forward without Ryan Strong in it. I can stand here and use this opportunity to make a plug for myself and talk about the things that I have done. But I don't want to talk about none of that, because I can stand here the whole night and talk about him. Ryan, y'all be surprised, right? I asked Ryan, what is the single greatest thing that you've done that you're proud of? What do you believe is the pride? What defines your first term in office? What do you all think Ryan said? Ryan could have said saving the dollar. Ryan could have said renegotiating our debt. Ryan could have said increasing our foreign reserves to record levels. Ryan could have said restoring our integrity on the international financial markets. Ryan could have said all of that. But you know what Ryan said is his single greatest achievement and what he is most proud of? Alleviating the flooding in Wharton. That's what he said. I asked him that. He said to me, the people suffered for too long and something had to be done. And I feel proud to know that I worked with them and this government provided the solution for them. That is his, of all of the internationally recognized things that he has done for Barbados, along with everything that he has done to make your life better, not just the lives of the people out here, but all of the big ticket items, all of the things that we all know that he now participated in. The fact that he's the Prime Minister's right-hand man, the fact that he's a team leader in our cabinet, none of that. He did that because that was his job. He did that because as Minister of Finance, he was supposed to do that. He did that because as Minister of Finance, that's what he collected his paycheck for, to solve them issues. But what he did for y'all in Wharton and what he did for y'all in East Central, that was love. That was representation. And you can't buy that. You cannot buy it. So I know the other fellow who's running out here. I know him. I have a fair amount of respect for him. And you know what? In different circumstances, I may give him a second look. But I can't think of another fella that I would look at for out here except Ryan. His record speaks for itself. And I hear some people say that we haven't seen him as much as we want. And we don't really see him out here. I heard that because we all get it. There's not any one of us that has not gotten that complaint. But you want to see Ryan all the time, or you want Ryan to save our dollar? You want to see Ryan in a rum shop, or you want your garbage trucks and your Monday pickup. You want to see Ryan at a birthday party, or you want for us to have the electric buses. Our memories may be short, but they're not that short. But I can tell you, let me divert slightly to give you something that's very funny. And I can show you what is the danger in us making it look too easy. Because Ryan made it look easy. He made it look so easy that they actually felt to themselves and saying to themselves, but we could have do that too. Where you could not do in 10 years what the man did in 3.5 short years. The last government could not do in 10 years what Ryan Strong and the economic team did in 10 years. And I keep pointing out these things. And sometimes, we real quick to forget. Because I talk about the buses all the time because I'm proud of the buses. We now got buses that when you see them on the road and they're coming towards you, you can't even hear them. And when they pass you, you might hear like, that's what you hear. We got Ryan Strong and the team gave us brand new electric air-conditioned buses. Electric air-conditioned buses. That Barbados now has the largest penetration of electric buses per capita in the world. We got more electric buses per person than anybody else in the world. And a lady said to me, I hear you always talking about these buses, Abrams. You always talking about the buses. But I can let you know, the other day I caught one of their buses and the Wi-Fi wasn't working. Well, let me tell you something. If you get on a brand new electric air-conditioned bus and you're going about your business, and it so happened that on one day, the Wi-Fi on one of them buses wasn't working, then I think we have done good by you as a government. If that is the only issue you can now pick with the public transportation system in Barbados. And we will not win every vote. We can't get all. I don't want us to get all. And when people start to talk about voting for an opposition, understand the danger in that. Now, look at what Ryan and the team did. Look at what Adrian Ford did with the clean and green. Everywhere you go in Barbados, you see them clean and green signs. Adrian got my JS running ragged. Every other day, he opening something else and doing something else to make lives better for people. I'm so excited I can't even talk. Every day, he doing things to make life better for people about here. When we talk about William Duguid did a fantastic job in the Ministry of Public Works before going on to housing, and Duguid is doing a great job there too. That is who we got. Ralph Thorne didn't get a ministerial position. He didn't want one. But Ralph did his thing with the Thorne Commission on Local Government, the fruits of which you will see and will affect Bajans for years to come. That is who we got in Christchurch. So don't let me get tired up. When you start talking about voting for opposition, to vote for opposition, somebody got to give up the seat. So Essential, don't go and vote for any opposition. For you to vote for opposition, you have to say to yourself, I am prepared to give up Ryan Strong. I am prepared to sacrifice the body who has helped to save this country. I am prepared to sacrifice the person who's put money back in my pocket. I am prepared to sacrifice the person who's responsible for the stability of Barbados. Is that what you all really want over here in Christchurch East Central? I understand something else. As I said, maybe we made it look too easy. Because all of them now feel that they can now sweep back in and do it themselves. That is what they actually feel. So, all I can tell you is keep your head on. We have done good by you as a government. And you need to stay the course. And let me just put it in context before I leave. We came in the most difficult time. We came in with our economy in the tank. We came in with no money in the coffers. We came in with the dollar about to be devalued. Then COVID hit. And it got even worse. It got worse, Barbados. but we still managed to try to turn things around. We put everything there for you. This government found the money to take care of those who could not take care of themselves. This government found the money to give out 84,000 care packages. This government found the money to support families that were in difficulty. This government found the money to be able to give vouchers to help the most vulnerable. This government found the money to put up people who were affected with COVID, who were COVID positive, in hotels to protect them from their families, or protect their families from getting COVID. This government found all that money because at the center of every single thing that we do is you. Your health comes first. Your life and livelihood comes first to us. That is what we do, and that is who we are. And that is what separates us entirely from them. We come to work every day to make your life better. And as we were even starting to catch ourselves from COVID, we had the ashfall, we had the freak storm, we had Hurricane Elsa. And we had to find money to rebuild houses. We had to find money to fix roofs. And the Prime Minister took the decision that if your house was affected and you can't support yourself, then we're going to fix it for you for free. And for those whose houses were destroyed, we found the money to put you up in accommodation until your house got fixed. We have not managed to fix all. It is simply too much. But all we have committed to fix, we are going to fix. All the roofs we've committed to replace, we are going to replace. Some have been finished, some are in the process. As you drive around Barbados, you can see all the houses being fixed. We had to find the money to do that, and we did it because we care. And at the center of that was the same man. I almost tired calling his name. Mr. Strong, understand something. I know you love your husband, but we love him too. The cabinet of Barbados loves Ryan Strong. He finds the money for us to do the things that we have to do to make life better for our constituents. Essential, I know y'all got to love this man. You know what he can do. You know what his track record is nationally. You know what his track record is with the economy. You know what he has done in this constituency. I understand this was the most difficult of times when money was not available. If he stuck by you and represented you in this way, in the most difficult of times, then imagine what he is going to do when things start to ease. Essentially, you all know things are easing in Barbados. You all know the economy is trending upwards. You know the projects that are about to start. You know jobs are going to start to come again. You know money is flowing. You know that 2022 feels way different than 2021 or 2020 or 2019. It was only 3.5 short years ago. Let us not forget the reason why we said to all of them, y'all got to go. We have done good by you as a government, and we are proud of our scorecard. We have stayed with you and weathered with you in the most difficult of times. It is now time for you to stay the course and stand with us and stand by us. This is your government that you put in 2018. This is your government that you said, save us from what we had before. There's nothing that they have come with so far there's nothing that they have said so far or done so far or showed us so far that can even begin to suggest that they are now ready to take back over the role of government. Now understand one other thing. When we hit the campaign trail in 2018, every single meeting that Mia, as she then was, every single meeting that Mia spoke at the end of it you heard, when she was being introduced, the next Prime Minister of Barbados. You remember that? We knew we wanted her as the next Prime Minister of Barbados. Every single time I reference her as the next Prime Minister of Barbados. When we won the government, we all signed that piece of paper the morning proudly because she created history and we signed for the next Prime Minister of Barbados. Have you all heard Verla yet being introduced as the next Prime Minister of Barbados. And don't get tired. Don't get tired. They know they're not ready. Because the last campaign, we kept saying, when we form the next government of Barbados, we presented our candidates to you with their various strengths, and we said this will be the next government of Barbados. Me and Motley, you remember down in Bay Street? You remember the last meeting in Bay Street? Me went so bold as to say, understand, I'm only saying Mia, because everybody likes to criticize things. I'm not disrespecting her. There's nobody that got greater respect for our Prime Minister than Wilfred Abrams. And for people who talk about us being divided, that's nonsense. Mia, I got your back, your front, your side, your top, your bottom. I can walk in front of you, I can walk next to you, I can walk behind you to watch your back. And that's not just me, that's all of us. You remember that last meeting in Bay Street when the Prime Minister said, and after the election, Dale Marshall is going to be the Attorney General. You remember that? You remember that? I remember that real clear. And that was her saying, we know we are going to win. We want to win. We want to save Barbados. We have thought about it. I have structured in my mind what is going to happen. I know who my cabinet is going to be. And I am telling you up front that in 2 days, Dale Marshall is going to be the next Attorney General. You understand that they are not even attempting to win the government? They don't want to win it. Because they didn't know what to do in 2018, they don't know what to do now. They are afraid. They have now come into an election and are fearful. Like, suppose we win, what we can do? If we was to win, which I don't believe we will, what we can do? Suppose, Father forbid, they elect low again, where we can place it? We can't put in nowhere that they got a lot of money.
Oh, Lord.
We can't put in nowhere that you got to deal with people. We can't put in nowhere that is of importance to the country. What we can do? If Sealy win, what you can do? Because if he win, I ain't certain that everybody can sign the piece of paper. So I may lead the country into election, and if we win, which it is unlikely, I may not be the Prime Minister. And wait, if we win, what about the pit bull? I can't put him where people are because he might bite somebody. So she said to herself, the safest course of action is for us to not even try to win. Because that way, if I lock down my seat and them lose theirs, then I could learn. I could learn to be like how Mia was in 2018, ready to take over government. But I got a message to send to the DLP. Y'all kept saying, we don't have a mandate for what it is that is going on. That when we came into government, the economy was the only issue. COVID was not there. There was no mandate to deal with COVID. We need to go back to the country. How many times y'all heard them saying we need to go back to the country and get another mandate? How many times y'all hear them say that we don't have a mandate to do what it is that we're doing? Well, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something, right? Be careful what you ask for. Be careful what you ask for. Because the Prime Minister said, okay, you want a mandate? Let's go back to the country. Let the country pick who it wants to form the next government of Barbados. She didn't say, let's go back to the country. She didn't say, let's go back to the country for them to pick the best opposition. Oh, no. Because we're Bajans, we pick winners. We don't pick losers. We're not about picking an opposition. And let us tell you something else. If they know that they can't handle what is going on, then they need to accept their place out there in the wilderness, where they have been doing well being silent, where they've been doing well, raising the voice every once in a while, but nobody actually taking it seriously. Let them move aside and stop distracting Ryan from getting money for us. Let them move aside and stop distracting Adrian Ford from doing what AC is doing. Let them move aside and let Ralph Thorne concentrate on putting us properly on the path to local government. Let them move aside and let Duguay build the 10,000 houses that the Prime Minister says she wants in the next couple of years. Let them move aside and leave me alone to represent the good people of Christchurch East in the way that I have been doing. And everybody has been asking me, and I didn't want to ask it, but because people keep asking me and I still don't have the answer, what really is the story with the hearse in the garage of your constituency office? I would like to know. But you see me? I ain't getting there because I came to represent Ryan Strong here tonight. And to me, that's the most important thing. I had a message to send to you, the people of East Central. Y'all got that message? Y'all hearing me loud and clear? I understand, right? That message, we need to nail it down into small points because I've spoken a lot, but I want you to take away a few things. Take away that we are only where we are now as a country because of the efforts of Ryan Strong. Take away that your dollar is secure because of the combined efforts of Ryan Strong and the Prime Minister. Take away that the Harrison Point facility was made possible by Ryan Strong and the Prime Minister. Take away the fact that you can now get public transportation efficiently and reliably because of Ryan Strong and the Prime Minister. Take away from this conversation the fact that your Monday garbage pickup was guaranteed because of the trucks that Ryan Strong found the money to allow us to buy to save our environment and to preserve our health in our communities. And I want you to take away this. Take away the fact that Ryan Strong being there has enabled our Prime Minister to rise and shine on the global stage. She has to be outside of Barbados quite often, and she can only do that with a clear conscience, to concentrate on making Barbados a world power, to concentrate on raising our image to where it's supposed to be, to concentrate on repairing the damage that the last government did to us and our perception in the international space. I want you to take away the fact that at the core of everything we have done as a government, the core of everything we've done to try to make your life better, at the core of everything that we have to do going forward to build our country, at the core of all the projects that we're looking to do, at the core of the employment opportunities we're looking to do, is money and finance. And we have the best minister in the Ministry of Finance anywhere in the Caribbean and possibly in the world. So Ryan Strong, if I live in Christchurch East Central, you would have my vote 100%. So on the night when you hear the votes being counted, you'll be hearing Strong, 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 Strong. Spoil vote. Strong, Strong, Strong. Christchurch East Central, go out on the 19th. On the 19th, stay the course. Vote. Vote for your next representative. Who is your current representative? Who is one of the best ministers in our cabinet? Who is the minister in the Ministry of Finance? Who is one of the brightest people that I know? Who is one of the best people that I know? Who is my personal friend and colleague? Vote for Ryan Strong, Ryan Strong, Ryan Strong. Good night. God bless you all.
It must be confusion in their mind. Now voting for Wilfred like last time. Stamp me X down. One time, one time. For Wilfred Abrams, we stamp it every time. Yeah, yeah. Wilfred Abrams is number one. Cause we vote for him last time. We'll vote for him this time. Vote him every time. So Wilfred Abrams is number one. And we vote for him. We will vote him this time.
You can play a little bit piece more of that song again there for me. Yeah?
It's about development and clearly that is evident. Wilfred don't talk for show. The whole of Christchurch East, no. The Dems only get me vex. I giving Wilfred Abrams me ex. He got to get my vote and take control of things so we can expect even even more than what we already have. We voting for Wilfred. We can expect even more than what we already have. We voting for Wilfred, yeah. Wilfred Abrams is number.
You have just heard from the next parliamentary representative for the constituency of Christchurch East, Wilfred Arthur Abrams. From this platform tonight, speaker after speaker, you have heard about the good works performed by Ryan Strong. Ryan has delivered, and you have heard the way he is held by his colleagues in cabinet. You know that they must be telling you the truth, as the Labour Party is known for. You have a simple decision to make. You have one simple decision to make come Wednesday, the 19th of January. And that is to vote for Ryan Strong. Vote for Ryan Strong to keep Barbados on track. You have only one choice. As I said earlier, you don't trade a thoroughbred horse for a goat. Politics need people of character. And I want you, when you see the fella who is running against Ryan Strong, I want you to ask him how he come to the property he owns up there in St. Philip. Ask him what it is he did for the old man, or to the old man, or with the old man that caused the old man to give him the property. I want you to understand the things that you may be able to associate with him are not the kind of things that you will associate with Ryan Strong. Ryan, not Ryan. Politics need decent people. Politics needs people like Ryan Strong, Wilfred Abrams, Medic Ford. They need people like William Duguid. Those are the people we need. Ralph Thorne. Those are the kind of characters you need in politics and public life in this country. As I said before, there once was a time, whether you were a B or a D, you could feel comfortable with the kind of representative you had because they were persons of character and substance. That has not been the case. That has not been the case with the Democratic Labour Party. And I told you before, they scraped the barrel. They have selected the worst of the worst of the worst government, and they have now gone and selected some of the worst you could ever bring to public life, and they want to tell people to vote for them. And if to make matters worse than they could have been, they brought back from hell Stuart.
Oh, Lord.
They brought back from hell Stuart. And from hell said, he has nothing to apologize. Bobby Moore said it ever since. They have nothing to apologize for. And from hell said, no, there's nothing to be right doing nothing wrong. The most glorious years, man. Most glorious period in this country. Imagine that. From hell Stuart. If you make the mistake and vote for those people again, you will suck salt again if you can get salt to suck. I tell you tonight, we have got to stay the course. The Barbados Labour Party is in safe hands with Mia, and Barbados is in safe hands with Mia. I will close. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to wrap it up. I bring to you the next speaker, Ambassador Elizabeth Thompson.
Give me an X, cause you know BLP is the best. BLP. If you love Barbados as bad as me, BLP. Mia and the team BLP. BLP. You want the best for this country. BLP. Barbados Labour Party is for me. BLP. Them boys ain't ready. Them boys ain't ready. I voted for BLP. Them boys ain't ready. Mia and the BLP. Them boys ain't ready. I voted for.
I'm very impressed. You even have a light. Thank you so much. Good evening, Kingsland. Hello, Medic. I come to close this meeting tonight and in doing so to ask you to come out on the 19th of January and vote for every single Christchurch candidate of the Barbados Labour Party. I want to begin by speaking to a nurse who is very dear to me. Good night, ma'am. I will not call your name, but I know who you are, and you know who you are. You vaccinated me. You are part of our frontline workers who have worked in defense of this country. Those of you who answered the call when Mia Motley said, COVID is coming, and we must be ready. When in weeks Harrison's Point was constructed, when people had facilities of all types that were stood up quickly, when hotels were dedicated to the care of Barbadians, when we became the first country in the Caribbean to have vaccines available to our people, you were one of the people who said, I am not afraid. I will do the work that is necessary to protect the people of Barbados. And I want to thank all of the policemen who live in this area, all of the nurses, all of those who work packing supermarket shelves, those who work with the SSA, every single frontline worker who has come to the service of the nation at a time when we needed you, who have not shrunk from the call of duty. God bless each and every one of you for your service. Can you imagine? Can you imagine COVID striking and the Democratic Labour Party in office? Can you imagine what decisions would not have been made? Can you imagine that there may not have been a single facility to prepare? Can you imagine there would have been no Harrison Point? We would not have had vaccinations. And you know why I say that? Because for 1.5 years, sewage was running on the south coast of Barbados, and the Democratic Labour Party never took a decision to address it. Richard Seeley, an engineer, found himself waist high in swim trunks with all the sewage water washing up against the delegates, telling you, look, the water is clean. David Eswick, a doctor, did not issue any warnings to people about the risk to health and the risk to life by being exposed to raw sewage, but the international community was issuing travel advisories telling you, don't come to Barbados. Lashley was too busy issuing licenses and dealing with matters with buses that will soon come to be dealt with by the legal system to pay attention to what was going on. Well, he is always the lowest common denominator. And these are the people who had Barbados the way it was, who dare to raise their faces now, who dare to raise their voices now. And Tyrone mentioned Frondel. I said earlier at Holders Hill that the Democratic Labour Party, if they are putting Frondel out and they are standing behind his philosophy that 28 to 2018 were glorious years, then that says where their heads are in relation to where this country is and to what their intentions are for us. I made the point at Holders Hill, Frondel is at the stage where they need to put him next to the front window, put his blanket around his shoulders and say, Pops, don't get cold. I'm going to come back and check on you.
Oh, Lord.
Frondel will sit down there wondering to himself, it was a glorious period. Sewage was on the streets, so was the glory. And you will come back and you will say, Pops, you all right? Glorious. And you will walk away and you will do your business and you will come back. And you would say, Pops, you ready for a little jello now? And he will say, glorious, glorious. And then you will tell him a little later on, Pops, you ready for your tea? And he will say, glorious. And you will say, okay, come, Pops, it's time to go to bed now. Take out your teeth. And he will say, glorious, glorious. That is the stage that Frondel is at. But I've come to Kingsland to make two simple points. The first is that since 2018, Barbados under Mia Mottley and the Barbados Labour Party has risen to heights that we have never seen a leader of this country shine before. I was in Glasgow with her. I saw presidents and prime ministers rushing to be photographed with her. I heard presidents and prime ministers saying, I will give way to the Prime Minister of Barbados. I want to hear the Prime Minister of Barbados speak. I saw the president of the most mighty nation on earth say, I have to walk with this woman's hand in mine because this is the vision that I want with me. This is the orator and the advocate that I want next to me when I am developing policy, when I am looking at the issues confronting the nations, whether there are small island developing states or large developed countries. This is a woman who shares a vision, a philosophy, a direction that takes a country forward, and I want her on my right hand. I want her with her hand in mine. This is a woman who is a world-class leader. She is not a small island leader. The woman is a world-class leader. Don't doubt it for any minute. And it reminds me of a night. I was Assistant Secretary General of the United Nations. I was at the residence of Ban Ki-moon of Korea, who was at the time the Secretary General of the United Nations. There was a reception. My Prime Minister was there. I greeted him, good evening, Prime Minister Stewart. May I get you a drink? How are you, Prime Minister? We were in the international arena, and we were not B and D, we were Bajans, and that was the Prime Minister of Barbados. And I gave him every courtesy due to him and due to the office because he was the duly elected Prime Minister of Barbados. Later in the night, a certain person holding very high office, whose name I will not share for obvious reasons, pulled me aside and said to me, but what kind of man is your Prime Minister? He was in such and such a meeting. They were discussing issues related to small island states. They were discussing issues that would affect Barbados and the Caribbean. He did not open his mouth and say a word. Prime Minister Rudd introduced the subject. Prime Minister Rudd said, and now the Prime Minister of Barbados, I am sure, would want to speak to this issue. Frondel smiled and raised his hand. He was probably thinking about his jello. Hey, 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 hey. I was embarrassed because I know Frondel is a man who could speak if he wants. But I also know that Frondel is easily the most contemptuous Prime Minister of Barbados that the country has ever had. Because time after time, whatever the issue, people dead, women crying and bawling in St. Philip, where he come from, Frondel says nothing. Issues of great import, Frondel is silent. Matters of national interest affecting international reputation, Frondel would not speak. And to tell me That while Motley has all of the energy in the world, you phone Motley 3 o'clock in the morning, she awake. Yes, Thompson, what you want? When she speaks to the country, and look, you don't have to like her. Tongue and teeth have words. What we get from her is decisive, visionary leadership. That is what the country wants. That is what the country needs. You see something on the horizon and you move to address it immediately. Look at the way she pioneered the welcome stamp to bring in money into this country when we needed it. And Wilfred Abrams talks all the time about how many millions of dollars it brought in. But a prime minister, apart from being a visionary, part of leadership is communication. She has press conferences constantly. She is on Twitter. She is on Facebook. She is communicating all the time. You don't have to agree with her every time she speaks. The point is, she talks to the country. She talks with the country. She walks us through the challenges. And to call her a dictator, she had a 30-0 majority. People said they don't want vaccines mandatory. They were not mandated. This is a person who had the kind of majority that could have done anything that she wanted. Do not let the Democratic Labour Party lead you into believing that after election something big and dirty and dangerous is about to happen, and that is why an election was called no. The reality is that in the parliamentary system which we have, the Westminster system from the UK, a prime minister can call an election at any time during the 5-year term. Frundels chose to run him way beyond the legal limit. She chose to call hers early. The prime minister alone determines the best strategic time at which to call an election. And there is nothing looming of which you need to be afraid. There is nothing dangerous on the horizon that the Barbados Labour Party and the team cannot handle. There is nothing coming that they will not fight on our behalf. The other role of a prime minister, apart from demonstrating and acting with caring towards the people of the nation, is to be an advocate on behalf of the people of the country. And Mia Motley is an advocate on behalf of the people of Barbados, and on behalf of the people of the Caribbean, and on behalf of small island developing states wherever they are found, and on behalf of developing countries in our mother continent, Africa. First and foremost, she is an advocate, identifying the problem and fighting for the solution against powers that are bigger than ours, against powers that would want us to shut up, against powers that would want us to be seen and not heard. Mia Motley is seen and heard, and we are proud of Auntie Mia because Auntie Mia keeps this country and their people safe. I said I came to make 2 points, and that was one. Of Verla, I'm going to say only this. Verla is what? The equivalent of a political night watchman. She will not be there for too long, and she knows it. And I pause here to make a point that I make every single time I speak in this campaign. And it is this. The Dems are trying to get by stealth and trickery what they have not earned on performance. What do I mean by that? I mean that they are saying, you can't trust Mia. you got to be frightened, something bad happening. And when you hear people like Michael Howard and Don Marshall speaking, they are not independent commentators. Wherever Eswick went, Don Marshall was his board chairman. Every time the Barbados Labour Party puts up an economic proposal, Michael Howard is the first to say it ain't gonna happen, and he's always wrong. When Michael Howard said we could not raise pensions, we could not raise and increase salaries, we did. He was wrong. Every time he says that the economy is going to flounder under us, he was wrong. So do not mind them and think that these are independent commentators trying to put you right. These are the acolytes and the satellites of the Democratic Labour Party parading as independent commentators in order to sway the minds of the public for their political party. Do not vote for an opposition. If you are a member or supporter of the Barbados Labour Party, come out and vote. The result of the election is not a foregone conclusion. We can only win if you vote. Do not give the Democratic Labour Party any sympathy or cadet votes because they are asking you to vote for a strong opposition. If you do, you may be taking the chance that when you wake up on the morning of the 20th, there have been so many sympathy votes for them, so many cadet votes for them, that you are back in the hands of another glorious period under the Democratic Labour Party. Be very careful. You are voting for a government to protect your interests. I'm just checking the time. The final point I want to make, I believe I'm the last speaker here tonight. The final point I want to make is this. And I thought about it very carefully because I always ask myself what an election means. What is at stake? What do we have to lose by staying home, by not voting, by voting for the opposition and not for this government? And I want to say to you, here in this middle class community, you have the most to lose. And I say that because my parents were working class people. My mother was a maid. My father was a tailor. They developed a business and we started to work our way up. Many of you in here tonight came from humble circumstances, out of working class stock, tailors, maids, gardeners. Some of you are now solidly middle class. You are nurses, you are doctors, you are teachers. You work in the civil service. You are self-employed, you have a business. And I say to you that you have the most to lose by not voting in this election. You have the most to lose by not voting for the Barbados Labour Party because you see, middle class status is a very precarious thing. It can be taken away from you very easily. Ask all those people who lost their homes because they couldn't pay the mortgages between 2008 and 2018. Ask all those who lost their jobs between 2008 and 2018. Ask all those who had to drop out of university because they could not pay the university fees between 2008 and 2018. Ask all those who lost their motor cars between 2008 and 2018. Ask all those who had to stop sending their children to lessons because they lost their allowances between 2008 and 2018. You see, being middle class can be a precarious thing. A government can take it away from you very easily. Or a government can do as the Barbados Labour Party has done and secure your position in the middle class. Ensure that you move upward. Ensure that there is social mobility for you and your children. Ensure that your family and your country are safe and secure. Ensure that your university education fees are paid. Ensure that civil servants get increases. Ensure that pensioners get increases. Ensure that we remove land tax off of the first $400,000 on property. So if your property is worth $400,000, you will pay no land tax after the election. And if your property is worth $550,000, you will pay land tax only on $150,000. And if you are a young person, 35 years or younger, looking to build or to build a home, buy a piece of land, or buy a property, we will give you $3,000 in your hand as a grant to give you a leg up to the ownership of your first property. The $3,000, you can pay a deposit on land. You can pay your lawyers. You can pay your bridging loan. You can pay your first mortgage payment. You could apply it towards something to help you get on in life. If you are an artisan, a mechanic, a bodywork man, some of you operate in your garage on the open piece of land next to the house. We are building facilities now so that all of the wayside mechanics can move into and operate with proper space and dignity and stop all the old parts and things from all over the community. If you want a house, there are 10,000 houses to be built under what is being called the HOPE program. And for years, with solar water heating, it was only middle class people who could afford it. But now there is a major revolution coming in renewable energy. And the Barbados Labour Party is saying that we will take 50,000 homes across Barbados, put photovoltaic or solar panels on the roof so you no longer pay electricity bills. And you can generate enough power that you sell back to Barbados Light and Power. That is coming after the election. And for those of you who are interested in technology, we are facilitating cryptocurrencies. We are facilitating a fintech revolution, online trading. We are making sure there is going to be island-wide Wi-Fi and that our cities operate as smart technology hubs. And that there is a 52-week program of festivals. So that those of you who sell food, who are artists, who are entertainers, who drive trucks, do lighting, do hair and nails, every week there will be a cultural festival and celebration in this country. and a new cultural and heritage village will be developed at Newton at the old slave ground with studios, and Queen's Park will be turned into a big cultural space with artist studios and performances, always in Bridgetown, not just the beauty of Queen's Park, but now the energy and activity of Queen's Park. And we know with Rihanna on the world stage, this is the time to be pushing Barbados' culture and heritage. Culture helps to define identity. It helps to frame who you are. It helps to say to the world, I am a Bajan, and I'm proud of it. I is Bajan. I'm proud. For those of you who are in business, small business, one of the major challenges is income. And we have put in place now with NIS a grant called a business interruption grant, so that when you have challenges, you can claim from NIS where business people could never claim before. I know that in this community, there are times when marriages break up, and you have to deal with family matters. A new family court is coming where family matters will be dealt with under one roof, all of the issues with dignity. And the welfare service will be reformed. And a universal citizen service will be put in place where we identify what the needs are. Because I'm not fooling myself. I go into middle-class homes and I know that there are needs. I know that sometimes there are challenges. You walk and keep your mouth shut and nobody knows what is happening inside. But sometimes you need a little help. And you must get it in a way that allows you to keep your dignity, in a way that allows the challenge that you are facing to be resolved, in a way that makes you feel that you have a stake in your country and your country will look after you. And this is part of the reason why we are founding this manifesto and the new era, the new agenda going forward from the 2022 election from the 19th of January under owning our future. You see, the future is not going to rise up and hit you. You got to fight for it and you have to claim it. You have to determine what the features of that future will be. And Mayor Motley and the Barbados Labour Party team are saying, here are the features. It is going to involve clear leadership, strong leadership, visionary leadership. It is going to involve people like Ryan Strawn and Medic and Wilfred Abrams and William Duguid. But in order to take hold of this future, you have to go out and vote. You have to vote for the Barbados Labour Party. You have to bring along your friends and your family. You must not stay home because too much is at stake. And I ask you tonight to consider that the Democratic Labour Party has no experience, but will be coming, because they have a largely new team, they will be coming to office, if elected, at one of the most difficult periods in the country's history. If they could not cope before, do you think they can cope now? If they ran the country into the ground before, wouldn't they run it into the ground again? If under them our dollar was at risk of devaluation before, don't you think it is going to be at risk of devaluation again? I'm not joking, therefore, when I say to you tonight that being middle class can be a very precarious thing. You therefore need to protect your position, your homes, your status, your children's education, yourself and your future by making a vote that is safe, and your vote is only safe with Mia Motley and the Barbados Labour Party. Good night. Go out early on the 19th.
I voted for BLP. But me up care about you. We love the BLP crew. Cause we get back free, take free, and look how the bus is running smooth. Look how the sewage move.
Thank you, Liz. Thank you. I want to thank you, the residents of Kingsland Gardens North, and all of you who were within earshot of this meeting. You have heard the message from this platform. Come next Wednesday, 19th January, Christchurch East, it is Wilfred Abrams. Christchurch South, Ralph Thorne. Christchurch West Central, Adrian Medic Ford. Christchurch West, Dr. William Duguid. Christchurch East Central, Ryan Strong. Give Barbados Labour Party and Mia Amor Motley that opportunity to take the affairs of this country and keep us on the growth path. Thank you for coming out. You have been well behaved. Thank you. Good night. Get home safely, and may God continue to bless you.